Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the seventh round, pardon me, the sixth round of Women's FIDE Grand Prix that we were discussing right before the transmission. So it's day number 7 here in Hunty-Mansijsk, but still only sixth round. So halfway of the tournament, 6 out of 11th. So a stage where already a lot of things going to be clarified. Already we have a sole leader, Hou Yifan, who is at your screen at the moment. So it's absolutely clear she's going to try to extend her lead today, even with black pieces. So far seems to be unstoppable, so she gave away only half a point. Well, the round is about to start. The few remarks about today's pairing. So Hou Yifan is black against Antonetta Stefanova, and while Stefanova never been, pardon me if I'm mistaken, but it seems to me she's never been too much successful in Women's Grand Prix. But of course she's known as as the fighter, as a great player, and it's absolutely clear it's going to be a clash today. So nothing's gonna come too easy for Hou Yifan. Then principal rivals, Anna Ushenina versus Anna Muzychuk. The Muzychuk is in pursuit of Hou Yifan, trailing by full point. And while being one of the, a top class in women chess and one of the highest rated players, Muzychuk recently had difficulties facing Ushenina, and I remember Ushenina knocking out Muzychuk out of a women's world championship here in Hunty-Mansijsk. So the battle of those two promises to be quite tense as well. Then Alexandra Kosteniuk is white today against Nana Zaknidze. Nana seemed to find her play eventually after yesterday's tough but very important loss. Win, pardon. So it's once again. So those two, it's going to be an interesting game. Nafisa Muminova faces Tatiana Kosintseva. Then Zhao Xu is playing with Olga Girya, and Zhao Xu is still on, in a leading group, I'd say, in +1, so still far away from Hou Yifan, but at least at the top half of the tournament. And at the moment at our screen, Katerina Lahno is white against unsuccessful so far Botrimekov Shintogs. So we can see at the back of the screen the last seconds is running, the final countdown, so to say. So this round's gonna be started shortly. 3, 2, and I guess yes. So shaking hands, and the round is started. So we shall see, I believe, in a couple of minutes. So d46 in Stefanova with Hou Yifan. So we shall see in a couple of minutes a cross table of a tournament. So to look more in detail on a situation, and Ushenina seems to once again to enter this Nimzo Indian she used to play with white. Yes, so that's going to be another theoretical dispute in Ushenina with Muzychuk. And here we are with our cross table, so you can see number 6 Hou Yifan is leading with quite an impressive 4.5 out of 5, only half a point she gave to her opponents, namely Katerina Lahno. Then 3.5 for Anna Muzychuk on the second place. And and on +1 it's Zhao Xu of China. Then it's 6 players on 50%, so quite an interesting tournament. It tends to be sort of modern fashion, I'd say. So very, very close tournament. I mean, the results are not pretty much dispersed. I'd say we saw exactly the same during candidates, where Vishy Anand was leading, and all the rest of the field was, well, nearly on 50%. So this is the situation we have so far in our tournament. And then, okay, have to mention the last place goes so far to Muzychuk, but I believe still she's going to try to improve her score. So one of our photographers on a screen. Well, so those opening moves are fairly well. It has turns to be sort of fashion in this in our women events, that the first moves, the opening moves, are played rather slowly. Well, if we would compare to men's chess, to candidates, let's say, after some 5 minutes after the start of the round, you could have seen already some middle game positions in few games, but nothing similar goes there. So they turn to think from the first moves. So we are shown our photographers. This time it's Alina Lamy, one of the press officers here, Anastasia Karlovich as well. So I wonder if it still applies to 10 minutes for photography. So perhaps, yeah. So photographers finishing their work, and meanwhile we're going to proceed to the games. So of course it's one of the key games in this round. It's gonna be Hou Yifan. So, well, the game of a leader is always under our scope. So I would proceed to Antonetta Stefanova with Hou Yifan and see what happens there. Hopefully gonna bring you the board soon. Well, so nothing, not too much moves played in this game. So actually 2 moves, and quite a surprise from Hou Yifan. Have to say, quite a surprise from Hou Yifan. So, well, hopefully we're gonna see the board. But I believe it's gonna take, and now it's gonna take a lot of time for Stefanova to make her third move. So it's have been, well, really a surprise. This line. Well, once again, having difficulties to name it properly, but as far as I remember, British players used to play so. Long time, like 15 years ago, or even, well, Tony Miles has been played this. So d4 e6, which is so far might be considered just a tricky move order, but after c4 b6 already defines this, well, I'd say an interesting setup. So, well, Black is trying to, well, basically if white plays knight f3 and it's answered with knight f6, we still can manage to get to some regular openings, namely Queen's Indian, but basically Black's idea is to provoke white to occupy the center, and, well, a3. So, well, I'm not gonna comment on this move straight away. Well, it exists, of course, but still I'm curious about, let's say, the most straightforward e4. So in this case, Black's playing bishop b7, and after bishop d3, quite a few possibilities for Black. So, namely, well, I'd say 2 moves here. So pretty sharp f5, of which I'm not sure how exactly it's going to finish. f5, f3, and so on. But as well, knight c6 tends to be more of a positional way. Knight c6 attacking the pawn, and after the okay, strange development of a knight, one would say, but the point is after white's playing knight e2 or knight f3, but somehow knight e2 considered to be a better move. Black is playing knight b4. Black is playing knight b4 and captures this bishop. So knight c3, knight d3, queen d3, and something like knight e7. So indeed, black gives away a lot of space and, well, postpones the development, but still black's position is quite flexible and in possession of 2 bishops. That might be an idea for black to play so. And a3 is actually a prophylactic, well, once again, a strange looking move it might seem to one. But in fact, it's once again, as a couple of rounds ago, we spoke about a Petrosian variation in Queen's Indian when after knight f3, knight f6, it has been played a3. So this time, well, the same applies to this third a3. So in fact, it's an attempt to fight for an e4 square. So after bishop b7, which actually has been played in our game, white's going to continue with knight c3, and there is no bishop b4 available for black anymore. So it's actually a control on, well, a fight on e4, fight for an e4 square. So this way, and after knight f6, I'd say, well, which is a logical move. Although I'm not quite sure, perhaps f5 could be tried, but, well, let's say after knight f6, the knight f3 gonna lead us to, well, Petrosian variation, once again, Petrosian variation of Queen's Indian, but perhaps white can try something different, like bishop g5 or queen c2. So, not quite sure where it leads right away, but of course this a3 is an interesting try. Well, but with such a creative opening play, I don't expect a lot of moves to be played. I mean, so they're gonna take their time to make a decision. So meanwhile, we are proceeding to our next game of today's round. It's gonna be, well, Ushenina, a battle of 2 Annas, Ushenina versus Muzychuk. So moving to that one, I'm gonna find out what happens there. Yeah, here we are, the Ushenina with Muzychuk. Well, it's much more advanced. Well, this is interesting. This one, well, I have couple of words to say about this position. So once again, Ushenina went for a Nemtsov, the Indian. So first of all, black of course chose this knight f6, e6, and then it's up to white to play knight c3, knight f3, whatever, or g3 as Lahno played against Hou Yifan. So e6, knight c3, bishop b4. So we saw Ushenina already for a 4th time she's doing this in this tournament. So she had at some point she had double white, and okay, bishop b4, e3. So that's the line Ushenina used to play. Muzychuk responded with the, well, perhaps the main continuation for black. So this way, black avoids so-called Botvinnik plan, as we said, because, well, in a couple of games it's been d5 and then a3, and this structure with so d5 castle, and then the most, let's say, the most frequently played is knight c6. But dc4, bishop c4, knight bd7 in modern practice tends to be one of the main tries as well for black. So a3, and here black went for a forced line. So one of the possibilities would have been bishop a5, by the way, just to mention this one. But black went for black went for main line cd4, a b4, dc3, bc3, queen c7, and bishop e2 has been played. So if I'm not mistaken, first time it was played in one of Kasparov Kramnik games. Not from the famous match though, but from one of the tournaments. So a pawn sacrifice on c3, and, well, it has to be mentioned that in case of queen c3, white's gonna play something like rook b1, and, well, it's not that easy for black, I'd say. So white gets clear initiative with 2 bishops, and it's rather dangerous, I'd say. It's rather dangerous for black to accept the pawn sacrifice. So there is knight d5 available, and after knight d5, so some consider it somehow like a more solid move. After knight d5, white has a choice, namely to be persistent with this pawn sacrifice idea or just to play c4, where knight b4 seems to be not that good. After bishop a3, the black loses some material, seems to. Yeah, so a5 is not available. So c4, black continues knight c3, grabs the bishop, and plays b6. b6, bishop b7. Somehow this one is acceptable for black. So, well, perhaps the more challenging way would be bishop b2. Bishop b2. So this time white is already threatening to play c4, so no choice for black but to take it. And there have been a couple of games where white tried queen c3, bishop c3, queen c3, and queen d6. But here queen c6 seems to be just enough to hold for a draw for black. So takes, knight d4, bishop b7, bishop f3, rook c8. Somehow black is rather passive, but with an extra pawn, I mean, giving this pawn away in the right moment, it's just fine for black to hold for a draw. So instead, the modern try is after knight c3 to play queen c2, still to sacrifice this pawn, knight e2, queen e2. So, well, in this case, the difference between c4 sacrificing this pawn or not sacrificing this pawn, I mean, between this line, c4, knight c3, and the other line which I'm discussing now, I mean, the c file is open, so black will not have a chance to develop so easily. b6 is gonna be met with something like rook c1. Black somehow has difficulties, or maybe ac1. So black has difficulties really developing the pieces. So, well, it's gonna be rather tense here, especially as it seems Ushenina is very well prepared, so she went for this line without any hesitation. And well, one of the players to breathe a new life into this line was actually Anton Korobov, well, Ukrainian support GM, and I believe Ushenina had training sessions with him during her preparation for a World Championship match against Hou Yifan. So that's where this line comes from in Ushenina's repertoire. So black's gonna now, I believe, take some time in order to decide which way to go, to take this pawn with the queen or to go for knight d5. So I believe still black has to be able to neutralize white's pressure in this case by taking, then just developing pieces somehow. But well, the problem is if you're not really familiar with this line, if you're not sure how to execute this one move by move, it might be a bit of a problem. Might be a bit of a problem for black to find a thing over the board. Yes, knight d5 was just played. As I said, queen c3 at the present state of theory considered to be rather dangerous. So knight d5 is a... Now I expect white really to play bishop b2, so not to play c4, which is, I believe, white's still out of a risk, I'd say, after bishop b2. So once again, this line I've mentioned, and white just has enough compensation. So normally it's actually black who has to be careful. Well, switching further meanwhile, so at the bottom left of our screen we can see Nana Zagnidze playing Alexandra Kosteniuk. So I'm curious to see what's going on here. Kosteniuk is white, so that's well, that's the current position here. Well, Paulsen Sicilian, if I'm not mistaken, right? So knight e4, c5, knight f3, e6, a6, bishop d3, knight f6, castle, queen c7, queen e2. So, well, I'd say this one already, it's not clear if it belongs to Sicilian, because after c4 we are getting to some hedgehog setup, which is, well, hard to judge first of all. So you may want to ask Sergei Shipov, who is known to co-work with Chess TV, and also he's published a very nice book on hedgehogs. So perhaps he would have more idea about what's going on here. So knight c3, bishop g7. Well, and basically black in hedgehog, basically black preferred to develop a bishop on e7 just to guard relatively weak d6 with the bishop as well. But in this particular case, the d file is blocked with white pieces. So knight is on d4, bishop on d3. So too many pieces interfere a pressure on d file. So black decided to develop the bishop on a more active square. So bishop g7, knight f3. White actually executes the pressure on d6 anyway. Castle, rook d1. Then some I'd say not very typical development for, if we speak about the hedgehog. So knight c6. Well, it's quite common black develops the knight on d7, then continuing to build up needles of hedgehog with b6, bishop b7, something like that. But this time black went for a little bit different approach. Knight c6, h3, and then knight d7 has been played. Knight d7, and white answered with bishop e3. So black gets firm control on those dark squares in the center. But well, black has to decide what to do next quite soon. I mean, if black tries to finish the development with b6, rook c1, bishop b7, there might be something with knight d5. Don't know if it leads somewhere immediately, because, well, black can't really take on d5, because this one seems to be unacceptable. But queen d8 perhaps is possible, and don't know if knight d5 gives white anything. I mean, so, well, knight cannot be knight can be transferred to f4, but don't know if it gives any benefits, I'd say. So perhaps even this b6, bishop b7 is still possible, and well, the other jump doesn't seem to give much as well. Queen b8 this time, still keeping an eye on d6, and knight is hanging, so yeah, perhaps in this position white is not yet ready to jump on b5, d5. Well, but as well, black may want to play knight e5 in one moment. Knight e5. Oh well, b6 was played. Meanwhile, yeah, so b6, if it works, why not? No, but I just want to mention that knight e5 is possible as well, chasing the bishop. So if bishop is moved, then black's gonna take. Well, pardon me. So this one, knight e5, or the other. Yeah, well, this knight, that's important. Knight d7 to e5. So basically, black may want to take the bishop, of which I'm not sure, by the way, but it is a possibility. Yeah, that's right. So if bishop is moved, then after knight f3, well, no one wants to take with the pawn, so queen f3, knight e5, and in this case white loses c4 pawn, so the bishop c2 is not available. And in case of the most straightforward is in case of an exchange on e5. Black's gonna capture with the pawn and then try to bring the knight on d4. So basically that would be strategical ideas for black in this position, but of course nothing wrong with b6. As I said, b6 answered with rook c1, and well, it seems like black's gonna be happy with bishop b7. I mean, if black plays other knight to e5, then white can take, I believe, because this knight from d7 is a little bit too far from d4 square, so this time a capture with the pawn looks less convincing, because after b4 white's gonna try to make use of queenside majority, b4 and possibly c5 one moment. So let's say bishop b7. Already here c5 looks possible. c5 d takes and knight a4 capturing with them. So this is gonna be really this one is unlikely to be acceptable for black. So kc1, okay, if you played b6, it's quite logical you have to play bishop b7 unless there is something I'm missing. So bishop b7, and as I thought, well, those knight jumps doesn't seem to give much. The knight b5 is answered with queen b8, and knight d5 will be met with queen d8 accordingly. The knight's gonna have to go back. Well, an interesting point in this particular version of Hedgehog is, well, the bishop on g7 somewhat secures black from kingside attacks. Yeah, bishop b7 has been just played. So this is the current position here, and bishop b7 was the last move. At the position of this fianchetted bishop, the position of bishop on g7 somehow prevents, well, guards black's king from kingside attacks. So, well, so I'd say it's not that easy to mention a clear plan for white in this position. So once again, typical for women chess, I expect, well, long thoughts on this. Well, in next 10 moves, long thoughts, lots of maneuvering, and then everything's going to be decided in a time trouble normally. It's, well, both the position and the fact that ladies are playing makes me think so. Well, I'd say we have to move third. It's of course a nice view on Alexandra Kosteniuk, but we have to move third. Well, I'd say I'll be interested to look at, well, the game Nana Zagnidze took a look at. So Katerina Lahno with Pochimek. Katerina Lahno with Pochimek to Shintuk, the position which Nana Zagnidze just had a look at. So we may also check this one. c4, an English opening. And, well, it means Lahno already tries third weapon with white. So she played e4 against Olga Girya. She was quite successful. Then it was d4 against Hou Yifan. And this time it's c2, c4 against Pochimek to Shintuk. e5, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, d5, takes, knight f3, knight c6, and tricky move order with white castling first. Well, in this position, I believe a lot of players would have just played knight b6, switching to the basically. Why I'm calling this one a tricky move order? Because I believe knight c3, knight b6 castle is much more often played. I mean, this position with knight being already on c3, so that's a tricky one. Because after knight b6, apart from switching to the main line, let's say, apart from playing knight c3, there might be some interesting plans for white keeping this knight on b1. So, well, normally white of course looks for a queenside expansion with a3, b4, and sometimes it's nice to develop this knight on d2, not c3. So that means white keeps it more flexible with 6th castle. And after bishop e7, well, it doesn't make any difference if white plays knight c6 here, but what does make difference is a d4 move, after which black has to... Well, I'm not quite sure if ed4 is the best, by the way. I remember something like this has been played. e4, knight e5, f5. The couple of sharp games I can remember in this line. The knight c6, bc6, and the clash is obvious. I mean, those pawns are rather weak, but at the same time, black has gotten achievements in the center and queen and king side, possibly marching with h5, h4. Well, never happened, so black preferred to keep it simple, to take on d4, to knight d4, queen d4, and knight f6. So Lahno went for queen a4 check. Not quite sure how do they play this one. I mean, an exchange on d8 doesn't seem to be too promising, so keeping the queens might be a good idea. So check, c6, rook b1, rook d1, and sort of a forced line, right? And well, black has some difficulties placing the queen. So queen b6, bishop e3, then queen b2 is not possible, it seems, in view of bishop c6. Yeah, well, nice pendant on the neck of Muzychuk Shintuks. Bishop e3, bishop c5. Exchanged. b4 and queen b6. So that's a current position. Yeah, I've been mentioned already a couple of times that Mongolian player is not really very well known, though it's only that this Grand Prix series is, I'd say, her first appearance in women chess on an elite level, I'd say. But well, after a short investigation, you can understand what caliber of a player she is, winning her national championship in all 3 disciplines. Also in some Asian tournaments, she has been quite successful. So I'd say, okay, she's not very well performing in this particular event, but as well, she might be a little bit underrated, I'd say. So if she's gonna play more tournaments like that, getting some experience, playing with the best, so she's definitely is going to improve her rating. So b4, queen b6, and what's going on here? So white has to act rather quickly. Well, I would be thinking about something like a3, by the way, knight a3, by the way. So, well, the threat of knight c4 is... well, perhaps not such a threat. I thought after castle, white's gonna play knight c4, but perhaps it's not too much. Knight on d6, bishop e6, then possibly knight e8. I'd say taking on b7 is never too clear. Oh, just for a second. Oh, taking b7, taking a8. Well, it's never too clear unless it's an endgame. I mean, black's always gonna have some counter chances against white's king's position, especially with an absence of this bishop on g2. So it might be the case, but as I'm telling, okay, it's not entirely clear where it leads. Though anyway, I mean, this knight a3 seems to be a way to go. Well, the other thing, in case of bishop e6, white's gonna proceed with b5. Then challenging. We're going for minority attack, and while challenging c6, trying to open the diagonal for this powerful bishop on g2. And in case of cb5, queen b5, it already starts to look suspicious for black. Takes, and looks like black's gonna lose one of the pawns here. Well, other option could be knight a3 and knight c3 is not very much different in terms of b5 promoting b5, but well, so I prefer this side route for the knight. So knight can also be applied to c4, d6, or sometimes knight can be placed on a5 as well. So I'd say in this line castle. By the way, b5 is still the case in some positions. I mean, even after castle, well, it's not such a great effect, but still this one can be applied. Black still's gonna be under some pressure. Still not easy for black to finish the development. So that means it's not going to be too easy for Ushenina. Well, rather unlucky too. I mean, she has so her result is actually is opposite to Hou Yifan's. Yeah, the Hou Yifan is on +4 and Ushenina is on -4 out of the 5 games. Yeah, so knight a3 seems to be an interesting move here. Well, anything else? Well, even immediate b5 might be a possibility, but I'm not quite sure. No. Well, after this take on b5, queen b4, black has a5, yes. Otherwise, I mean, if black would remain uncastled, it would have been an idea for white, but here, yeah, white is not in time. So b4 and, well, then black's gonna castle short. So b5 is just, well, but there is no, I'd say there is no reason to play it in such a sharp way, because after knight a3, white seems to get, well, reasonable advantage and, well, some slight pressure. As well, it's quite obvious when you start with those sophisticated openings like that with Reti or English opening. You're not looking to, well, for a way to crush your opponent. That for you apply Sicilian, some sharp main lines. But, well, with these tricky ones, you're just looking for some, well, small advantage and maybe possibly some positional pressure. And indeed, knight n3 in this position seems to just to solve white's task. So once again, knight a3. I'm thinking if black can do anything else. Well, black has to do something about knight c4. So castle or bishop e6. Not a lot of possibilities. So once again, if bishop e6, then b5 seems to be quite strong actually. Black has to react, as we said. cb5, queen b5 seems to lose the pawn. So, well, I'll try c5 with black, but in this case, once again, straightforward knight c4, for instance. Take, castle short. Well, and I'm not quite sure if black's gonna equalize comfortably, even after something like a4. The knight is, well, fairly restricted on f6, so knight cannot take part in defending the queen side. Meanwhile, white is threatening to play a4. Well, a4, a5. And, well, it's pretty hard to find an adequate response here. I mean, in case of a5, for black. Apart from just so I'd say two options. So, it might be a try to see the d file with rook d3, rook d1, or rook a3, rook d3. But as well, white can take on a6, and well, perhaps no. So after taking on a6, it seems as white just wins the pawn. So a5 is not possible at all. Rook a6, rook db1, then capturing b7. So this would be rather annoying as well. Bishop e6. So probably black has to castle, then knight c4. As I said, knight c4, queen c7, and something like knight d6 seems to give white certain pressure. But as well, b5 after castle as well. b5 shouldn't be absolutely discarded. There's still a possibility for white. Although in this case, it might be something like that. Taken then just to keep the queen. Queen e6. Still white seemingly has a pressure, but maybe it's not that easy to prove something significant. Still it's, well, black's queen side is under pressure, and well, it might just lead to some 4 versus 3 endgames. Well, in case of those, well, black's gonna lose one pawn and then exchange. I mean, lose both pawns and capture on a2 somehow. Though it might be still inside the drawing zone, let's say, but fairly unpleasant for black. Well, all the above means knight a3 is the move I would play in this position. So honestly, I'm not quite sure what Lahno is thinking about, because I don't see much of an alternatives. So anyway, you have to develop this knight. Knight c3 is a possibility as well, but then maybe black may think, I mean, knight c3, in case of a castle b5, it's more or less the same. Perhaps even knight on c3 is somewhat better placed. But knight c3 doesn't bring us a threat of putting a knight on d6, so a7, a6 might be the case. a7, a6, stopping b5. Well, it might be played like that, by the way. a6, then anyhow white goes for b5, and after cb5 plays queen b4. Yeah, so this is the possibility perhaps Lahno is thinking about. So this way, black deprived from a castle. a5 this time, with knight being already on c3, is not really acceptable. I believe all black's queen side is one horrible weakness. So this b7 is going to be lost shortly, and well, in no time black's gonna really suffer in this position. Well, so this might be the case. I mean, knight c3, then in case of a castle, white still goes for this b5 idea, but I'm still not sure if this knight is better placed on c3 than a3. Okay, we shall see how this one develops later. Meanwhile, I'm switching to another game of today, Zhao Xu against Olga Girya. And Zhao is one of the 3 players in plus, as has been mentioned. She's on +1. So, well, with a couple of good results, she might get to the top 3. Okay, she's at the present moment, she's at top 3. Well, something has happened there, and well, finding it hard to understand how this one could have happened. The d4, so let's examine from the beginning. This particular position looks just very good for black, I'd say. So let's examine from the beginning what exactly has happened. So d4, d5, c4, c6, e3, knight f6, and bishop d3. So I'm not quite sure what exactly white avoids with this move order. Perhaps knight f3, bishop g4, so only this line seems to be possible in case of knight f3, which is, I'd say, more normal. So white played bishop t3, then e5 followed, d e5, and d c4. And then in case of bishop takes c4, black would have captured on d1 and play knight g4. So attacking f2 after king e2, grabbing the pawn on e5. And well, it's actually already black who is fighting for an advantage. So bishop is attacked. In case of bishop b3, b6 might be the case. Bishop develops to a6. Well, looks ugly for white, this one. So but the way Xiaoxiu played, capturing this knight on f6, doesn't appeal to me either, by the way. So cd3 takes g7, knight f3, knight a6, castle, and bishop g4. So white gonna find it hard to well, as far as I understand, the whole white's idea is to try to win this pawn on d3, but it seems like white's gonna find it hard, as black is ready to defend this pawn. Well, this spin is a little bit annoying. Black is much better developed with pawn on d3, which is definitely a strong pawn here. So, well, I believe won't be mistaken if I would claim black already has an advantage after only 9 moves being played. So something really went wrong for Xiaoxiu here. Well, hard to say, really. So not so easy to actually to find the proper way to develop for white. Perhaps knight d2 has to be played, and then maybe this slowly approach rook b1, b3, bishop b2. But I'm afraid black may want to go for castle long, like queen d7, castle long, and then using this semi-open g file to create threats against white king. For instance, the line I've mentioned, bishop rook b1, okay, castle long. Well, possibly b4 this time, not b3, but b4. But still, black may even decide not to react, but just to play something like rook g8. It already starts to be a bit dangerous, this one. Starts to be a bit dangerous for white. In case of bishop b2, for instance, black just takes, plays bishop h3, and it's, well, already pretty bad for white. Yeah. So, well, not quite sure if white played is a nice opening idea. h3, okay. But does it change much after bishop h5? That my question's gonna be. Well, pretty much certain. Black is not going to take on f3, and after bishop h5 it just appears to be. So this h3 really softens white's king position pretty much. So once again black's gonna continue with queen d7. Yeah, played without hesitation, bishop h5. So maintaining the pin. g4 seems to be just an ugly way to release this pin. I mean, after g4, bishop g6, h5 gonna follow quite quickly. So all in all, looks like really, I mean, it's not very comfortable for white. So this pin should be released, but, well, not an easy, as I said, not an easy way to. There is no easy way to do so. So once again, knight d2 I'm looking at. And, well, queen d7, knight e4. Let's say I'm gonna try to do it like that. Knight to bring a knight on g3 at least. But still, black continues with castle long. knight g3, bishop g6. So this time this pawn is... oh, by the way, bishop f3 and d2 already wins the piece, yeah. So it's a bit of too much. So h3, bishop h5, and really she's going to find it hard to even to equalize with white pawn. So black is already much better. So switching to the other one remaining at our screen. So we just saw the other game, the 6th game of this round, Muminova with Kosintseva. Well, meanwhile, that one more move I'm going to show. So knight d2 was indeed played. And then I still do believe black has to go for castle long. So it's not very much often you're getting a chance. So we are switched now to Muminova with Kosintseva. So I'm bringing you the board of this. Well, that's the first time we can see a theoretical position, I believe. A real theoretical position from Scheveningen. So Scheveningen Sicilian, e6 and bishop e2. The most classical approach, bishop e7, both castles short, f4, a6, a4, knight c6, bishop e3, queen c7. Well, here had been a lot of tries for white, with king h1 being one of them. I remember, well, once again, few years ago, maybe not just for you, but something like 10 years ago, thought this was a topical line. White would play a5 here, and after knight a5, e5. So this 2 pawn sacrifice was rather topical. So bishop f4, queen c5, knight a4, queen a7, something like that. Then bishop c7 and so on. Well, so white goes for more positional try, king h1, the knight d4, bishop d4, bishop d7. So this exchange was needed, as after bishop b7, I'm afraid white would have gone for knight b3, and then black cannot really develop the bishop, cannot put the bishop on c6, so bishop on d7 is rather passive, would be rather passive. So knight d4, bishop d4, bishop d7. So I still believe it's a theoretical line here. e5, knight e8, and bishop d3. The e5, once again, if I'm speaking about the timing of those moves, so it was just a moment to play e5, because in case of bishop d3, bishop c6, black would be ready to place the knight on d7. Of course, it's much better place for this knight. So e5 is critical, forcing the knight to d8, because this one doesn't seem to be an option for black. Take knight d5 doesn't seem to be an option, because after exchange of those knight and bishop d3, well, white would have quite a dangerous attack on a king side with no hint of counterplay for black, I'd say. So black would find it hard to find a counterplay. Yeah, well, so this one looks very dangerous. I mean, queen is getting to h5 rather quickly. Some rook f6 ideas are on for white, and as well, not to forget that this pawn is a little bit weak. So knight e8, bishop d3. Still a theoretical line, I believe. But doesn't seem to be, well, once again, if you don't know exactly what you're doing, it doesn't seem to be too comfortable for black. So perhaps black cannot really wait a lot with knight on e8. So there is no easy way, let's say, to develop this knight from e8. So perhaps black should be looking for some moves of f-pawn sooner or later. Just, I'd say, take, take in this position and maybe try to move f pawn here if it works. I mean, if there is no tactical, I'd say no tactical refutation. So I mean, in this case, if white takes f6, just wonder if bishop can take. And I'm not sure. I mean, okay, that would be acceptable for black. I mean, okay, indeed black would have this weak pawn pot. Well, it's just relatively big, also some squares for black on d5. So that would be normal Sicilian position, but of which I'm not sure if black is not having difficulties after queen h5. So here might be some problems for black. So queen h5 attacking h7. In case of h6, queen g6, it seems to be game over. So g6 is practically forced, and then bishop g6 seems to give very, I mean, very dangerous attack. So probably white is just winning here. Yeah, rook f7, I'd say. Still not easy. Rook f7, e5, but well, certainly looks terrible. Yeah, it looks terrible, this one. Rook f7. Oh, well, perhaps. No, if white well, not that easy. I mean, if white takes and plays rook f7, there is queen e5, and white has no time to capture the bishop because of back rank problems. But perhaps rook f7 wins. Yes, and e5 lets white to jump the knight to d5, e7. Yeah, this one is hopeless. So this is what I mean. So f5 is a possibility. By the way, perhaps I have to mention that if white doesn't take on f5, so this en passant on f6, so this pawn restricts, takes very important square on e4. So the white is kind of forced to take. And when white takes, it seems like, yes, we already checked. So the bishop f6 is not good. So black will have to take back with the knight. And in this case, perhaps white can still hope for some advantage. If she's gonna manage to control e5, I'd say queen e2, for instance. Queen e2, not letting black to play e5. But it might be as well still a theoretical line, so I'm not quite sure. Judging on the situation on both players' clock, though, they spent roughly 20 minutes each. Well, actually a little bit more, counting an increment, so 25, I'd say. It's not clear who is trapping whom, who is hunting whom. So, I mean, who's better prepared in this line. So I've actually missed the moment they were thinking. But this bishop e2, d3 doesn't seem to be a new move, really. Though perhaps the last move might have been surprise to Kosintseva, because, well, once again, I'm not quite sure, but I think I've seen something like bishop f3 here or knight e4. But of course, bishop d3 is logical. I mean, okay, this e5 pawn secures some space for white, and of course, white would be delighted to proceed with queenside kingside attack. Of course, direct attack against the king. Well, I'd say about, gonna think about some spare options for black, apart from that one. It might turn out that bishop h7 is already a threat. Not quite sure, but it might be. Let's say in the case of d5, which is, well, certainly not a good move. Certainly not a good move, because f5 is available. But as well, it might be. Even this line might be dangerous for black. So rook f3, approaching the king side slowly, and well, even in this case, it doesn't seem like black has much to do in this case. Rather dangerous, even this sacrifice. So I'd say g6, queen h6, knight g7, rook h3, knight h5, only possibility, and then okay. g4 seems to finish the game. F5 as well is very dangerous. Well, but of course it's just an illustration that d5 is gonna be terribly bad. Yeah, still I believe it has to be connected with a movement of f pawn somehow. I'd say this one, no, take, and here. Well, perhaps this one is a possibility. Take, and bishop c6. But still, I don't see this knight escaping from e8 too easy. So in this case, something like queen h5 might be possible. Although, perhaps black has a threat to play rook d8 to chase this bishop away, then capture e5 pawn. So white has to be a little bit careful. So in case of this, for instance, g6, queen h6, rook d8. The position is still not clear. And Kosintseva just played bishop c6 immediately without capturing on e5, keeping an f file closed. So this is interesting, of course. Well, so I believe that was just enough information, let's say, on the openings. And well, I believe we all would like to have a short break. So coming back in 5 minutes to cover second hour of play, and I believe it's going to be very interesting. And right now we're going for a break.
From an early stage, Xu became the fear of her junior competitors, proving she was the most talented of them all in 1997, 1999 and 2002, when she took to China the gold medals from various age groups, under 12, under 14 and under 20. But maybe her most stellar results came within the national Chinese team, where she performed fabulously. Xu played an important role in the last 2 victories of China in the Women Chess Olympiads. Her first one in Bled 2002 was exceptional. She took the gold medal on the 4th board with a massive score 11 out of 12. In Calvia 2004 she took gold again, on board 3 this time, with an impressive 10 out of 12. In Torino 2006 her team didn't win, but Xu decided to press the repeat button and won gold again, on the top board with yet another outstanding score, 10 out of 13. The Chinese Grandmaster continued to rise, leading her team to victory in the Women World Team Championships from 2007, 2009 and 2011. On an individual level, Xu reached the semi-finals of the World Women Championship in 2010 and won the 2013 Sport Accord Mind Games Basque. In order not to disappoint her fans, in 2011 Xu won the Women Grand Prix stage in Nalchik with a great score 9.5 out of 11. Bear in mind that she actually lost in the last round to still finish 2.5 points ahead of her nearest rival. Although Xu didn't cross yet the 2600 barrier, the chess spheres know it will happen, as she clearly showed that when the Chinese is in the top shape, she is going with the principle Veni, Vidi, Vici. Xu knows very well which are the keys to success. Integrity and hard work are the most important qualities, she said. The Chinese is currently working on her educational research in the Peking University in Beijing, entitled New Qualities of Chess Players. For those who are interested in the results, just a bit more patience. Xu has first of all tournaments to play. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. For Anna, this happened as a pure coincidence, when her mother wanted her to play draughts. But when they reached the club, it turned out that they had only chess. This was just the starting point of a long journey. Although the young Anna learned how to move the pieces a bit later than her colleagues, when she was only 7, nothing stopped her progress since. She firmly stood up from the crowd by becoming the clear Ukrainian women champion for several years. Soon after, Anna strikes with an early pinnacle in 2006 Olympiad, where her undefeated 7 out of 10 score helped the Ukrainian team to gold. Since then, the team medals kept on coming like clockwork, Anna being responsible in a great measure for that. Her individual successes didn't cease to occur either. After bringing home the bronze from the European Women's Championship in Plovdiv in 2008, Anna made the biggest leap of the career, becoming the 14th World Women's Chess Champion in 2012. She overpowered the higher-rated Anna Muzychuk, Natalia Pogonina, Nadezhda Kosintseva and Hou Yifan to finally reach the final against the former world champion Antoaneta Stefanova, which she defeated as well. But Anna's interests are not limited to only chess. She is very much fond of jurisprudence, subject from her law faculty at Yaroslav the Wise Law Academy in Ukraine. This, combined with her affection for the classical wizards, such as Spassky, Smyslov or Karpov, may explain Anna's playing style in terms of foresight and circumspection, melded with fearless attacks when given the chance and when the position allows it. The Tuvshintuk's family has a unique engagement with the royal game. Chess is like the history of our family. Everyone plays it. Uncles, sisters, nieces, my aunt, nephew, brother, and they hold FIDE titles too. Shares the strongest player from the clan, women grandmaster Batchimek. Like father, like daughter, Batchimek's talent gradually brought her to the 2nd place in the national woman list, making her an irreplaceable presence in the national team. She proved her skills on several occasions by winning the gold medal in all 3 national women championships, classical, rapid and blitz. And yet her other honorable results shouldn't be placed under lock and key either. Batchimek took the 1st place in the Susan Polga World Open Championship in 2006, the 5th place in the 16th Asian Games from Guangzhou 2010, and the gold medal with her team in the 11th World University Championship in Zurich 2010. But it was recently, in 2013, when Batchimek made a name for herself in the widened chess spheres, by becoming the surprise of the FIDE Women Grand Prix from Dilijan. Batchimek occupied the very honorable 7th place, surpassing experienced players like Harika Dronovali, Olga Girya, Victoria Chmilite, Elina Danielian and Bella Khatinashvili. On top of that, she defeated the current women world champion Hou Yifan at the 2013 Geneva Women Grand Prix. Batchimek's full name might be quite difficult to pronounce for the European speakers, but her easygoing personality will not fail to be noticed too. The 27-year-old is an affable lady who loves to dance and sing, proving her talent not only on the 64 squares board, but also in many other sports. Skydiving will be one of them soon. So don't get fooled by the apparent gentle look. Batchimek's talent and courage are able to produce masterpieces. The Bulgarian star received her first chess guidance from her father at the age of 4, and just 3 years later she already made her name by winning the Sofia Championship. In the twinkling of an eye, Antoaneta's results bore the resemblance to the snowball effect, culminating with her win at the 10th Women World Championship in 2004. The former World Women Champion almost reclaimed her title back in 2012, but lost by a whisker in the final against the Ukrainian Grandmaster Anna Ushenina. She is now the irreplaceable top board of the Bulgarian Olympic team, where she had her debut back in 1992 in Manila, at the age of just 13. Since then, she played in the next 10 Olympiads, including the participation in the men team in 2000. But Antoaneta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. In 1997, her rating broke into the top 10 women worldwide, and in 2002, she won the European Women's Championship, a victory which propelled her to the 2nd highest rated woman in the January 2003 rating list, with 2560. But Antoaneta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. She is also a glamorous person, known and admired for her look, perfect for any magazine cover, and not only for the chess ones. In 30 years of chess career, Antoaneta acquired the proficiency and maturity to make another leap forward. In the long string of great chess players produced by the Georgian chess school, Nana Dzagnidze certainly occupies a venerable place. As a junior player, she showed early promise by winning in 1992 the World Championship Under 12. But she steadily established her name on the chess billboards in 2003, when, aged 16, she won both Women World Championships Under 18 and Under 20. She continued to upsurge as a regular presence in the Georgian national team, which she pushed to gold in 2008 and bronze in 2010 in the Chess Olympiads in Dresden and Khanty-Mansiysk respectively. In 2012, Nana won the silver medal for her score on the top board at the Istanbul Olympiad too, although this was not sufficient for her team to claim a place on the podium. The Georgian star became a habitué in the women top 10 rating list. Her combative style makes her an excellent and typical exponent of the Georgian chess school. Nana's risky, aggressive, and powerful way to execute her rivals failed to fade away even after becoming a happy mother. In 2010, the Georgian Grandmaster won convincingly the Yermuk Women FIDE Grand Prix with a stunning 9 out of 11 performance and 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rival, a result which entitles her to hope for nothing less in the new Grand Prix editions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our live coverage of the 6th round Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Khanty-Mansiysk. So, second hour of play is in progress, and let us check what goes on in central game of our today's round, where Antoaneta Stefanova facing Hou Yifan, so our leader. So, well, actually, the play developed a little bit since we last saw. Yeah, and okay, I have to mention the tricky move order of Hou Yifan brought you some, I believe, brought you some benefits. So this is where we've been. I mean, just a couple of moves we saw during the first hour. So a3, bishop b7, knight c3, knight f6. Yeah, and as I said, now knight f3 would have led to Petrosian variation of Queen's Indian, but white decided she deserves more than went for more challenging d5, so more principled move. Bishop d6, knight f3, castle, g3, c6. So this way black undermines white's center. And well, after all, it's not that easy to claim an advantage for white, just I can understand that. So, I'm wondering what would have been played after e4, for instance. Well, e4 immediately possibly answered with bishop e5, so, well, the bishop had been deprived from a b4 square, so this way, with bishop d6, black's planning possibly to play the bishop to e5, so knight f3 castle. Here e4 is already a little bit too late, I believe, because after e takes d5, white is not in time to play e5 because of rook e8. White is not in time to take with c pawn, the same rook e8, and knight takes e4. So, well, ed5 would have been just acceptable for black. I believe black would have still played c6. So, white played g3, fianchetting the bishop, c takes, E takes, knight h4. The white decides to win the pawn back. Knight h4, knight d5, changed everything, and knight c6. So here is the point where Stefanova is thinking. So rather typical position. So it could be something like that could be acquired from once again from Queen's Indian, from a pawn sacrifice line. Well, will not show it on the board, but just have to say, so this is quite a typical position. So black has this pawn on d file, which is a little bit weak, but at the same time, black has so very well developed already, and well, so some pressure on b2, not that easy for white to finish the development. So should be rather well. Roughly equal, I believe. Should be roughly equal position. Let's say in case of a castle, black may want to play something like bishop f6, chasing the knight away. In case of knight f3, to play something like queen e7, for instance, then queen e6, trying to unblock d5. And once black's gonna get d7, d5, she might as well be better. Bishop f6. Well, in case of knight f5, though, normally you like to place your knight to f5 and possibly d6, but black would proceed with knight e7, swapping the knights, and not a lot white can do here. So e2 is hanging. I mean, it would be too slow to try to defend this pawn. So in this case, it's black who might be better. Yeah, because white will have to move this pawn sooner or later, I believe. So, well, a rook e1 is still possible, but then something like rook c8, and white somehow is not in time. So it has to be still rook b1, and only then bishop goes away, then still pawn on b2 is sort of hanging. So, yeah, this one is not comfortable. So perhaps white's gonna look for something else than a castle. I'm not quite sure if white can. Still, castle should be played sooner or later. So I'm not quite sure if white will have other possibilities. So castle, bishop f6. Yeah, knight f3 seems to be just a little bit more solid. Not changing pieces so easily. And after queen e7, still e2 is hanging. In case of e3, this bishop is well blocked. So, well, no, it might be actually already problematic for white. So this black's initiative. In case of rook e1, white should be ready for queen e6, I'd say. Oh, perhaps still, if white wants to equalize, perhaps queen e6 might be just enough. Not quite sure. Queen e6 takes, and rook b1. Maybe it should be enough for equality, but still it's black who's going to try to build the pressure. Rook c8, I'd say b4, some knight d4 might be the case. Even here, white is not yet having equal position. So I'd say, as for now, Hou Yifan solved all her opening problems. And it's Stefanova who has to be careful. So, well, and tracking back in this game, not quite sure if, as I said, already third a3 is not the most principal. And after this, knight f6, yeah, d5, bishop d6, maybe something here could be, well, maybe white could try something sharper than that. Because after knight f3, g3, c6, white has, well, really cannot do much. I mean, this d5 pawn you cannot hold for long. Well, perhaps white could have tried something else here. I mean, not winning this pawn immediately back, not playing knight h4, but Perhaps first castling, so that could have been an idea. First castling, possibly playing bishop g5 one day. So that might be a way to try to improve on white's play. So here we are, and Stefanova is still thinking. Knight f3 back immediately. But after bishop f6, of course, it's hard to say. Well, maybe that's the point of Stefanova's play. So bishop f6, and white's gonna play bishop g5. So perhaps this using the pin, so b2 is not hanging. So of course, that would be an improvement. So at least in this case, the white is not worse. Huh? Although, just thinking, if black's gonna take g5, and in case of queen g5, still it's not absolutely comfortable for white. Well, perhaps this one is nothing. Yeah, so knight d4, but well, white's just gonna take d8, takes, rook takes, king d2. Yeah, certainly no risk for white. Quite a possibility. So I mean that's well, in my view, that's the point of white's knight f3. I mean, to try to save a tempo on defending b2 and to use this pin with bishop g5. Otherwise, after castle, no, I mean, I just understood after castle, so queen e7 perhaps would not be the most precise, because white still has this bishop g5, although maybe not entirely clear, but yeah, I mean, queen e8 might be with the same idea to take e2 or to play queen e6, but queen e8 might be just a little bit more precise. And then, well, on bishop g5, black just gonna take b2. So perhaps that's the point of Stefanova's knight f3. Well, I'm just thinking if black may try to give away this bishop, not to keep the bishop, but just instead to try to play for development advantage, or something like rook e8. Then if white takes, to take with the rook and try to pressurize e2. No, but of course bishop f6, yeah, that's right. So I mean, in this case it doesn't seem to be too dangerous for white. White will certainly not move the pawn to e2. Not move the pawn e2 to e3. So in case of queen e7, for instance, white would like to try, well, to play maybe bishop e3, then to castle short. So bishop f6 was just played, and waiting for Stefanova's bishop g5. Meanwhile, I'll be switching to the other game. So once again, Ushenina with Muzychuk is going to be my next interest here. A game of Ushenina and Muzychuk, and yes, this is quite interesting what happened there. Well, so we are switching, and you can see drives a lot of attention this game of the other players as well. So that's a current position, and well, how it gets there. So bishop e2, knight d5. That is what we saw. Knight bishop b2, knight takes, queen d2 has been played. So I said queen c2, but doesn't really seems like it doesn't really matter. So knight takes e2, queen takes e2, and then after a long thought, Muzychuk answered with b7, b5. So stopping white's b5, if I understand correctly. Yes, in case of b6, as I said, so b6 would have been normal development, so to speak. But then after rook c1, b5 might be the case. b5, and the bishop comes to a3. So it's rather uncomfortable. So b5 at least, I mean, stopping this pawn and Perhaps black would have played a queen to b7 in case of rook c1. So white accepted the challenge, taking b5, and rook p8 followed. So black's gonna try to get rid of this queenside pawns, and possibly. So basically, black is looking for a way to make a comfortable draw here. I'm not sure if she will manage to do that. First off, the pawn cannot be taken, so perhaps white can try something like queen h5. It might be fairly dangerous, by the way. So this pawn cannot be taken straight away. Rook b4 is met with bishop a3, winning an exchange. Something like knight g5 might be a threat. Well, not really though, but it's really unpleasant. I mean, when all those pieces are arriving. So black has to look for a safe way to. Queen d3 has been played. A different idea, but as well quite unpleasant. So white is planning to play knight g5 in this case, and then forcing black to create weaknesses in her own camp. So I'd say in case of bishop b7 doesn't seem to be a good move anyway, but let's say a7 a6, just a random move for black, and it's rather unpleasant, this knight g5, where black has to play g6, creating all those dark square weaknesses in her camp. So then queen d4, queen h4, and looks really ugly. So Muzychuk's gonna find it hard to equalize, and especially as I said, so the line perhaps is not really too much dangerous, but if you don't exactly know how to play this one, it might be. So just thinking what to do for black here. Perhaps black has to, ideal case would be to put a sort of, to limit the influence of this bishop by playing f6, but in this case e6 becomes weak, so white may think of continuing with something like queen b3, knight d4, targeting e6. Not easy though. Maybe this one is acceptable. So I'd say queen b3, black is playing knight b6, knight d4. Perhaps not such a big threat, but queen b7 is a possibility. Queen f7 is a possibility. Eventually looking for e6, e5. So knight c6, rook b7 doesn't seem to bring white too much. No, this is a possibility, of course. Still, black is not perfectly comfortable after rook d1, I'd say. So e5 is hardly possible. Queen f7, and there is no proper piece to take on f7. So, because a fork from d8 is available for white, so neither king nor rook from f8 can take, so it's rook bf7 is the only move. And then, white may capture on a7 straight away, or try to bring more pressure and first to play b5, then with ideas of bishop a3. So it's still not very much comfortable for black after queen d3. The worst thing is that black cannot really exchange the pieces so easily. b4 once again cannot be taken. Considering something like rook d8, by the way, so this might be an idea. rook d8 or rook... Well, rook d8, yeah, perhaps. Just attacking b4 and possibly... Well, possibly want to play... Well, rook d8 was played, by the way, yes. So in this way, black threatens to take on b4, right, to eliminate this last pawn remaining on a queen side, last white pawn. At the same time, black is ready to meet knight g5 with knight f8, or knight f6 even, because there is a tempo available for white, for black, so that is queen going to be attacked. Queen d4, which seems to be a nice move, is met with knight f6 with the tempo. Once again, in this case, for instance, so this one doesn't seem to give white too much. Take the bishop is... Yeah, this one looks like a draw here. Bishop f6, g f6, and the knight finds it hard to get into action. So after rook d8, well, my question would be how exactly black is planning to respond on something like rook c1. It's one of the rooks to c1 attacking the queen, and well, maybe it won't be that easy. The rook fc1, let us say. Thought it might be a pin on d5. So after rook c1, I'm not quite sure where this queen goes. Not quite sure where this queen goes. So queen b7, for instance, already looks rather suspicious. Well, knight g5 is available at least. And then once again, this g6 is, well, looks terrible. Yeah, no, well, actually it's a question. How Muzychuk wants to respond on this rook c1. So basically, not a lot of possibilities, just queen b6 or queen b7, perhaps queen b6, keeping the rook on d8 protected. So in this case, knight g5 is still answered with knight f6. But white can still try something like... Well, I don't know if Muzychuk is planning to hold her position with some tactical tricks. I mean, bishop d4 looks strong, but maybe knight f8 here then. The bishop... Oh, well, no, this one is not good once again. Bishop a7 and black loses the pawn, and, well, this one's gonna be tough. So bishop d4, then queen has to move. And, well, at least it looks like black's gonna lose something. Oh, but at least bishop a7 is available. So, well, I'm not quite sure about the quality of this last rook d8. Don't know if I'm transmitting my thoughts to Muzychuk, because I just mentioned this move, and to be honest, I missed the possibility of rook c1. And immediately Muzychuk played it. So, just wonder if this is the case here. So, rook c1. Looks like no tactical tricks work for black. No knight f6, no nothing. Well, knight f8, well, seems possible, but, well, rook c7, rook d3, still looks rather ugly, this one, I'd say. And of course, queen h7 is, I mean, at least queen h7 is available in this case. Queen h7, and, well, on knight h7, white takes c7. It's gonna be tough endgame for black, with extra pawn, possibly. White's gonna have an extra pawn, bishop c3, then white's gonna take a7. So rook fc1 looks rather unpleasant for Muzychuk. So, well, moving further then, Ushenina is still going to try to calculate a little bit deeper here. Perhaps some other moves are available as well, but as I said, rook c1 seems to be rather unpleasant. So moving to a game of Kosteniuk with Tsagnidze. Already I've managed to forget what was the opening there, so let's find out for a second time. So Kosteniuk with Tsagnidze. So this one, the hedgehog structure. Well, black continued actually in a very aggressive manner here. Yeah, we've seen this one, b6, rook a, c1, bishop b7. So queen d2 has been played. Oh, well, queen d2. Possibly white wants to change the bishop by bishop h6. And also keep the bishop on, well, return. I thought returning the bishop to e2 might be the case, but after black's knight c5, white decided to go on b1. So rook a d8 has been played, because d6 was already targeted. d6 was already targeted there, so black kind of had to play rook a d8. Well, not that easy for white here. Yeah, I thought white should have played bishop h6 here, but Kosteniuk decided she has time for a prophylactics, played b3, and Tsagnidze responded with f7, f5. So, of course, quite a challenging way to play. So, black already, well, sets some tension on the king side here. White has to react, that's absolutely clear. In case of, no, I mean, I just thought in case of bishop h6, what might happen? Black may think of taking on e4, and then if knight takes e4, perhaps rook f3 might be an idea. So an exchange sacrifice, and after knight e5, black may have an interesting play here. Not that easy to defend on f3. Well, black piece is arriving here rather quickly. Queen f7. So this bishop starts to be quite dangerous. So that might be the case in case of bishop h6. So f5. Normally white should just take f5. That, I believe, has to be the move. Then I'm not entirely sure. I mean, okay, gf5 looks rather obvious. Don't know if black has any spare options here. One may think of knight e5 though, but no, I'm not certain about. Yeah, perhaps gf5 is just the move. Then, well, white has something to do about this kingside actions of black. Well, I'd say knight e5 is, well, I can easily name it as a threat. Knight e5 is sort of a threat here. Well, all in all, it looks like black already has an initiative. I'm not quite sure if it's gonna be too easy for Kosteniuk. Well, unless white has some tactical possibilities here. I just thought about knight d5, which might be a possibility. So, I mean, black is not actually forced to take. Black may play queen f7, and in case of knight b6, to progress with kingside attack somehow. Well, let's say knight e5 might be worth of a try. But, of course, the most principle seems to be a capture on d5. Then white captures back. And white is hoping to win the piece back with b3, b4 once this knight is moved away. Yeah, you can see a sign of a pressure from an image of Alexandra Kosteniuk, and it's absolutely clear that not only the tournament situation, but the particular position is rather complicated and takes a lot of energy from you normally. So, well, once again, knight e5, ed5, cd5. Well, knight e5 seems to be available for black. And in this case, yeah, it's still rather sharp, I believe. Knight e5. Well, but maybe not. Maybe this one is not good. Well, b4 is still possibly wins the piece back, but well, I don't believe in anything good in this position for white. I mean, it seems rather bad, actually. Seems rather bad. Okay, black can do whatever she wants. Even some primitive queen f7 capture back. f4 is the threat. So everything's equal, but those weak pawns for white. So this one is not really an option, I'd say, after f5. So ef5, gf5 has to be played. And then, okay, white has to simplify things somehow. But it's not easy, really. Perhaps, well, knight d4 I just thought about. Well, maybe knight d4 is not such a bad try, unless black has something forced. So, I mean, in case of an exchange here, at least white is not in danger of getting mated. Although it's still on, yeah, so takes and try to, well, if black tries to bring the rook to g7, it's still a little bit dangerous for white. But at least, I mean, b4 is gonna be a next white's move, if nothing gonna hang here. The queen c6, f3 is not very much pleasant for white to play, but still b4 is a sort of a threat, and well, possibly that might be the way to go. But after knight d4, perhaps more challenging for black would be more challenging for white. I mean, more of a challenging game move for black would be knight e5, and it might just lead to complete mess after, I'd say, b4, and well, already some tactical ideas for both sides. So knight c4, queen e2, knight takes, queen takes. Let's say this one is rather unclear, as I can see. So bishop t4, for instance. Yeah, but still there is pressure on the c file. So bishop d4. Yeah, quite a complicated game. It would be queen d4. Yeah, that's right. Queen d4. If knight is, well, there is no comfortable square to move this knight. Yeah, so maybe that's the way to go. ef5, gf5, and knight d4. So, as I said, okay, it's not exactly a hedgehog position, but well, that is this present one, but still very complex strategical fight. Well, it's most probably going to be decided in a time trouble stage. So already the tension started to build up. Don't see them simplifying things here. Well, no way really. Well, ef5 seems to be like almost automatic recapture. But well, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not quite sure. What else white can do? b5 so far. No, b4. I mean, it's just knight b4, so nothing special. So takes. The other possibility would be knight e2. Well, this one might work. Knight e2. So this knight heads to f4 actually, and stops as f4 at the same time, and as well moving this knight from c3. Now white queen's gonna support b3, b4. That might be as well an interesting trying, but well, as as I told already, I'm not certain in this position because, well, for instance, this later one, 92, gives black an opportunity to jump on e4 one day. So, well, knight is getting away from d5 square, so 92 is not sure if it's the move here. Well, moving further, I guess. Yeah, moving further. This time, well, what we would like to see, let it be Muminova with Kosintseva, this sharp Sicilian we saw. So moving to Muminova with Kosintseva once again, because I don't expect in this game, which is at our screen at the moment, I don't expect white to move too fast, so we will not yet see any actions here. So instead proceeding to a game of Nafisa Muminova with Tatiana Kosintseva. So this is what happened here. After bishop d3, Kosintseva played bishop c6, and knight e4 has been answered with bishop e4, and g6. So this way, black eliminates the dangerous knight, so she can safely play g6. No knight on f6 gonna appear. But still, rook f3 has been played, and this rook f3 really nice little move. So it not only defines the, well, let's say, attacking intentions of white. So that's obvious, and normally when rook is played to f3, you expect it to be transferred to an h file in positions like that. But at the same time, well, this rook has really a lot of job on third rank. So c3, p3. So basically, this rook f3, well, looks like it does a lot of damage there. Rook c3 is sort of a threat, or rook b3. Rook b3 actually would just win the pawn. Let's say in case of, well, d5 is still available, of course, on rook b3. But, well, let's say in case of this line, just for a second. So take, I believe white takes with the pawn. And then I'd say knight g7, for instance. This rook b3 would be as well fairly unpleasant. Not quite sure though. Yeah, here it's rook b8. Yeah, it's nothing special. Well, the problem with knight g7 could be that, well, in an absence of black's light square bishops, g4 will not be such a weakening of a white's king, so white may want to play g4 just to limit possibilities of this knight. And, well, so still some counterplay, of course, rook d8, for instance, using a d file, but this knight on g7 is gonna remain passive for ages. And here white may, oh well, actually g4, I'm starting to like this move. Then queen g1 is available. Keeping an eye on bishop b6, not a threat itself, it has to be said, not a threat itself. I'm not quite sure if black just keeps the move if white has to play bishop b6, because there is queen e5. But somehow white just wants to regroup to bring the other rook to f1, for instance, increasing pressure on f-file. As well, white may want to set up something like that, like c3, a5, b4, the very solid pawn structure here. So the only white's weakness would be e5 pawn, which might be easily defended. So, well, I'm not quite sure how to continue with black. Once again, I have to mention that d5 seems to be just too optimistic, so this knight will not be relocated in time, and after rook h3, white's gonna have a huge attack against black's king. So, yeah, looks like Kosintseva failed to equalize, I'd say. Once again, the question would be if white can upon me. If black can go for this line, take, and again move an f pawn, I'd say to f5. So, well, I mean, in case of bishop t3, I'm not entirely sure, but it looks like it's not a lot of danger for black anymore. Not a lot of danger for black anymore. Well, perhaps rook c3 might be an idea, then putting a bishop on f3 at least, maintaining pressure on b7. But still, perhaps black can still hold. So critical after f5, of course, gonna be to take on f6 to take en passant. Then bishop f6 and something here. Yeah, maybe this one is acceptable for black, by the way. Maybe this one is acceptable for black. Once again, okay, so e6 pawn is a little bit weak, but black's gonna at least free her pieces and possibly changing one of the bishops, putting a knight on f6, then e5, and that might be acceptable. So maybe that's the way to play. Not really equalizing, but just, I'd say, a least of evils. Because, well, de5, fe5. Yeah, bishop c3 is certainly not possible. Rook c3, bishop c5 is not possible because of rook c3. So it's really hard to find anything else but to take and to play f5. Well, just thinking if bishop e5 might be any good for black. Well, for white, pardon, once again. Confusing the sides. Yeah, maybe it's not that easy. Well, but bishop d6 only, but seems to be sufficient. Then rook c3 is answered with queen e7, so not that bad, I'd say. So worth mentioning that even if b7 pawn falls in some way, let's say rook b3, well, it doesn't fall, okay, rook b8, but I mean, even if b7 falls, but black's gonna capture on e5, has to be sufficient counterplay. This f takes e5, queen e5. Yeah, this one doesn't seem to be that much dangerous. The rook's gonna be moved, next move. So after rook f3, well, I don't see much of the other ways here for black. Well, once again, knight g7 at once. That might be the case, knight g7 at once, and if white plays g4, then to play, I mean, in this case, after take f5 is not available, so maybe black has to try to play f5 at once here, at least forcing white for some actions. Yeah, maybe that's the way as well. So f5. If white takes with the pawn, I believe once this knight escaped from e8, it should be no danger for black. So now it's a perfect outpost for knight. This one might be as well already better for black. So after f5, white is practically forced to take on f6, bishop f6. And well, in this case, the knight is still, knight still remains a little bit passive, but this way at least black is, rather solid, has a target on f4. So in case of knight g7, I'm not quite sure if g4 is gonna be such a great idea. So we can see Muminova on a walk, calm and concentrated. Well, as I've mentioned already a couple of times, that this lady, while being not that high rated, but she's quite dangerous to every opponent. So the ones who followed the Women's Grand Prix in Tashkent might the previous stage of previous leg of this 2013-2014 Grand Prix series might remember that she was the only one to get an absolutely winning position against Campi Conero, the actual leader of Grand Prix series. So particularly knight g7, I'm just starting to think perhaps this must be an idea. Well, I don't really believe in something like that. Take. I mean, I thought perhaps White may try to win a pawn once again, something with bishop b7, but b2 is hanging in the end. I mean this line: bishop b7, queen b7, take g7, king g7, queen d6, and queen b2. So once again, with somehow the more pieces are exchanged, the better it's for black in this position. So White has to keep tension, has to keep White's positional advantage is basically based on this passive knight. So if White manages to keep this knight out of play, it's of course gonna be good for her. Otherwise, I don't see much of a benefit for White. Well, rook c3 might be intermediate. Rook c3 might be a good idea. So in this case, black is practically forced to play queen d7. Yes, and here it's and here White's gonna take d6. Yeah, so it's not easy still not easy. Then bishop d6 is really suspicious, I'd say. Bishop e5 using the pin. Rook d8, rook d3. Yeah, this one is quite dangerous. Still, I don't see how black is losing here after knight e8. Maybe still keeps the position, but it seems dangerous. Queen f3 followed by rook d1. Yeah, this one is possibly just no good. So in this case, queen d7, e d6. Well, it looks like black will have to take with the queen, and this might be very complicated. Then bishop b7, rook b8, and so on. f4 is hanging, and so does b2, but White may want to try something like rook b3. Yeah, really complicated this one is. So after rook f3, Kosintseva is still thinking. It's move 17, 23 moves, 24 actually. So it's 17th move for Kosintseva, 24 moves to make to accomplish the time control, and to get to move 40 to get this extra half an hour, and she has like 30 minutes on her clock. Still enough, but it's gonna be clarified if it's gonna go for a time trouble or not. I mean, it's going to be clarified in the next couple of moves, because if black will not find a suitable plan, suitable way to set her pieces into play, of course she will face a lot of tough decisions. And this d5 she played, I just have to say I don't like it. Don't know what's on Kosintseva's mind, but I don't really like it. So bishop d3, then it's practically forced for black. Okay, if I understand it correctly, it's practically forced for black to play f5 then. Yes, bishop d3 played without much of a thought. Maybe f5, that's what Kosintseva has in her mind. Then it's possible. Otherwise, I don't see this knight coming into play. And after stabilization in the center as well, White may think of setting some pressure here on the queen side. I'm thinking about bishop c5 actually. Still bishop c3 is available, but just thought if white has something else. I thought about some sacrifices like bishop g6. So in this case, if black takes, white's gonna play rook c3. No, well, that doesn't seem to be likely to bring black advantage. By the way, yeah, sorry, to give white advantage. So b6, b4, and well, can she sacrifice queen? Yes, looks like not exactly a sacrifice. Too much material for black. Yes, after bishop c5, bishop g6 is just a bit of too much. No, I mean, I thought if black tries to be tricky to take intermediate on d4, then possibly this one is gonna be a disaster for black. So king one, in case of taking that one, that seems to be lost immediately. King g8 is answered with queen h5. Then after bishop g6, bishop d4, bishop g7, so that means king will have to move. Yeah, that's gonna be certainly dangerous for black, but of course bishop c5, bishop g6, black just gonna capture back. But bishop c5, bishop c3, of course, is a normal move for white, just an obvious one. You want to keep the bishops, a pair of bishops, and still not easy. No, I don't believe the bishop c5 to be the move, and quite possible. It has to be connected, as I said, has to be connected with a move on f pawn. I just wonder if knight g7 is a possibility. What I mean, now g4 f5 gives black, looks like it gives black a nice version. Once again, in case of ef6, bishop f6, in case of this exchange, f4 is going to be a target for black pieces. I mean, in this case, bishop f6, well, this time bishops certainly have to be exchanged, and this way it looks like black has solved all the problems. Next rook is arriving to f8, and possibly g5 or e5 becomes possible. Well, so g4 might be not such a great idea, but at the same time, white is not very much afraid of appearance of black knight on f5, because knight can simply be taken, and both recaptures with well, I'd say rook h3, and then in case of knight f5, bishop f5, in both recaptures have weak sides. Okay, so in this particular case, gf5 is just not possible because of queen h5. If ef5, the d5 pawn's gonna be weak a bit, and it's, well, black always gonna have to watch for a e5 e6 break. So f5, bishop d3, and well, Kosintseva continues to think. Meanwhile, let us switch somewhere, because still we have a couple of games uncovered. Well, Zhao with Olga Girya. Yeah, that is an interesting one. And we saw Zhao experiencing problems right from the start. That's well, developed quite a lot actually. So Zhao with Olga Girya. And well, I've been told during a break that, well, there's been a funny situation. When she arrived to the game, Zhao Xu, she somehow mixed up the opponent, so possibly she wasn't really prepared against Olga Girya. So she thought she's playing Muzychuk. So that is what happened. That is what I've been told. So I believe we're gonna ask them at press conference, but that might have been a reason of such a, well, I'd say strange opening choice. So we saw it there, h3, bishop h5, knight pd2. Then I've been offering, well, fast mobilization and queen d7 castle long, than trying to use a g file. Well, instead black prefer to bring the knight to c5 first, so rook b1, But somehow it seems like Girya wasted a little bit the precious time, especially with this f5. So b4, knight e4, bishop b2. Indeed, in this case, white, black spoils white's structure. But at the same time, yeah, king h2, at least white managed to develop, and doesn't seem to be that easy anymore. Rook g8, rook g3. So I won't say white is out of risk. Still, it looks fairly dangerous for white. The rook g3, even if black simply takes this one and plays h5 just to, to have an opportunity to play h4 one day. Then on rook b3, rook d8, so this passed pawn is certainly dangerous. Well, Olga Girya decided to play, after rook g3, to play queen d5. Well, not quite sure what this one is about, because, well, perhaps it might be a sort of a trap. So, well, I'm just trying to get it. Yeah, on rook b3, black's gonna have nice queen f3 move, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's right, queen f3, and then queen cannot be taken. So this way, black attacks g3. In this case, it seems just over. Yeah, queen e1, then taking g3, playing d2. Yeah, that's it. So queen d1 is sort of a prophylactical move against rook b3. And white, I'm not sure what white can do. So rook g1, for instance. Now, of course, black takes. And in both cases, it's gonna be rather dangerous for white. So if rook takes there, then it looks like queen c4 ends the game. Yeah, white is not in time to stop d-pawn. So, well, the position is still rather dangerous for white, I would say, after queen d5. Though we shall see, and of course we're gonna ask Hou Yifan at the press conference, did she really mixed up the pairings, which is not easy, I would say, in a round robin. But, well, sometimes you just may... okay, actually I announced this round to be 7, so perhaps not only me, but Hou Yifan as well, just mixed up the pairings. Well, so before we go in for another break, I'm coming to see the last game remaining for today, Katerina Lahno's Pachimek Duvshintugs, because, well, we once again haven't seen this one for a little while, and, well, we shall see if Lahno played knight a3, the move I've recommended here. Yes, so here we are. I'd say, well, at the current stage, I'd say black managed to get away a little bit. Still can't really say black managed to equalize. So let us switch back. Retrack back a little bit before knight a3. So this is what happened. Knight a3 has been played, castle, knight c4, queen c7, and queen a5 was a move of Katerina Lahno. Queen a5, queen e7, knight b6, rook b8. Then it's, well, I'm not entirely sure about this one, to be honest. So, well, this way white takes the pawn on a7, but exchanges this one to e2. So knight c8, rook fc8. If white would have taken on a7 at once, I believe Lahno was concerned about bishop g4 here. The white pieces are somewhat stuck there on the queen side, and as well both b4 and e2 are hanging. So, well, I'm not sure what would have happened in this case. let's say f3. Well, an ugly looking move anyway, but okay, just to clarify what would have happened in case of e3. So it might have been check, king h1, and possibly rook a8. I'm just thinking if rook a8 is a good idea. Not really, not really. Yeah, white would have taken on a8 with the queen. Yeah, but still this pin is rather unpleasant. So even if black simply moves the bishop e6, so there is still pin available, then e2 is still hanging, so it seems like black would have had nice compensation in this case. Rook b8, knight c8, rook fc8, so queen takes a7, queen takes e2, a4 was the move of Katerina Lahno, and then h6, making some, well, giving the king some fresh air, not to be mated on a back rank, was an answer of Pochimek to Shintuk. So still a little bit of pressure for white, but maybe Lahno didn't manage to squeeze the maximum out of the, well, from what position had been offering to her. So possibly a5 is a continuation, just to fix this structure a little bit and being ready to undermine black's setup bc7 fc6 with, well, maybe just no reason to hurry up. Perhaps this queen has to be returned into a center, so this is what I'm thinking about, something like queen d4. But then it's actually interesting if, so queen d4 looks like an interesting move, returning, centralizing the queen, planning to play some rook d2, chasing black's queen away. But well, the critical in this line would be rook d8. White is forced to take, king h7, and I'm not quite sure if two rooks are better in this case, because black has this famous knight-queen combination, and also some targets are available, so b4 and f2. I believe if it well, switches to one flank play, black shouldn't lose. I mean, if both pawns on queen side's gonna be exchanged, black shouldn't lose this one. So perhaps black just has enough chances, and well, it seems so. Yeah, rook d1 possibly, just returning there, knight g4, rook f1. Yeah, well, I'm not certain. Maybe still white has pressure even in this case. So meanwhile, that is the position. h6, Katerina Lahno is thinking. Still no time trouble in any of our games. No time trouble in any of our games. Well, summarizing, let's say, the second hour of play. So far, no game looks decided. Well, perhaps Olga Girya at the moment has the best chance to claim anything decisive. All the rest is just a complicated play. And I believe we may go for a break for 5 to 10 minutes, and then coming back at the most exciting stage when they start to play it a bit quicker, and all the middle games positions here and there. So, well, I'm just ready to announce the break and coming back in 5 up to 10 minutes.
In the long string of great chess players produced by the Georgian chess school, Nana Dzagnidzhe certainly occupies a venerable place. As a junior player, she showed early promise by winning in 1992 the World Championship Under 12. But she steadily established her name on the chess billboards in 2003, when, aged 16, she won both Women World Championships Under 18 and Under 20. She continued to upsurge as a regular presence in the Georgian national team, which she pushed to gold in 2008 and bronze in 2010 in the Chess Olympiads in Dresden and Khanty-Mansiysk respectively. In 2012, Nana won the silver medal for her score on the top board at the Istanbul Olympiad too, although this was not sufficient for her team to claim a place on the podium. The Georgian star became a habitué in the women top 10 rating list. Her combative style makes her an excellent and typical exponent of the Georgian chess school. Nana's risky, aggressive, and powerful way to execute her rivals failed to fade away even after becoming a happy mother. In 2010, the Georgian Grandmaster won convincingly the Yermouk Women FIDE Grand Prix with a stunning 9 out of 11 performance and 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rival, a result which entitles her to hope for nothing less in the new Grand Prix editions. In a world where people are bending backwards to lay hands on fame and glory, fewer are those adopting a slightly different attitude. Such a rare example is the 22-year-old Olga, a woman grandmaster in chess. If one believes that there is an error on her FIDE page, because surely she should hold an IM title, here's the news: there is no mistake. Not because she doesn't have the norms, the rating, or the strength. The Russian talent simply chose to focus her attention and energy onto chess, for the sake of chess, neglecting the bureaucratic formalities. Such a process-oriented player, as opposed to the result-driving ones, cannot stay in the backseat for long. Olga eclipsed her rivals in 2009, when she grabbed both the European and the world titles in her under-18 age group. In 2013, she entered the strong and very much feared Russian women team, helping her colleagues to claim bronze in the World Championship and silver in the European one. Born in the heart of Russia, in Langepas, Olga will try to prove that the term home advantage can be successfully applied to chess. Although her city of origin is rather far for Western standards, the 545 kilometers east of Khanty-Mansiysk is just next door for the Russian norms. Together with her home supporters, we will all witness the charming and kind Olga turning into a merciless opponent over the board. The Chinese prodigy Hou Yifan made the headlines with dozens of different occasions, her incredible potential being discovered back in 1997 when she was only 3. Yifan's father remarked the fascination his daughter displayed towards a chess set made of glass, and it was not long after the headstone has been set. In just a few weeks' time, the little girl started to defeat her father, and by the age of 9, the chief coach of the Chinese national teams, Ye Jianchuan, recognized in her an exceptional genius. To meet her family and trainers' expectations, Yifan started to break one record after another. At the age of 12, she became the youngest player ever to participate in the FIDE Women World Championship in 2006 and in the Chess Olympiad in Torino. Remarkable is her jump in just 2 months' time. Between April and July 2006 FIDE rating lists, she made an impressive leap of 190 rating points, moving from 2298 to 2488. In 2007, she was China's youngest national women champion, and by the age of 14, she was already the youngest female grandmaster ever. But the highlight came in 2010, as Hou Yifan became the youngest, again, women world chess champion in history, by winning the title in Turkey at the age of 16. By the age of 18, Yifan accomplished enough to fill in many other players' CVs taken together. In the World Women's Championship 2012, held by knockout system in Khanty-Mansiysk, Hou Yifan lost her champion's title. However, as the winner of Grand Prix 2011-2012, she got a right to play a match with the new champion Ushenina. She won the match held in China in 7 games with 5.5 on 1.5 score and regained her title. And yet, the question remains whether the current women world champion will surpass Judith Polga too, establishing her name on the men list, just like Polga. Perhaps this day is not far away, as the Chinese proved in several occasions that many top grandmasters learned the hard way to fear her. In a world where people are bending backwards to lay hands on fame and glory, fewer are those adopting a slightly different attitude. Such a rare example is the 22-year-old Olga, a woman grandmaster in chess. If one believes that there is an error on her FIDE page, because surely she should hold an IM title, here's the news: there is no mistake. Not because she doesn't have the norms, the rating, or the strength. The Russian talent simply chose to focus her attention and energy onto chess, for the sake of chess, neglecting the bureaucratic formalities. Such a process-oriented player, as opposed to the result-driven ones, cannot stay in the backseat for long. Olga eclipsed her rivals in 2009, when she grabbed both the European and the world titles in her under-18 age group. In 2013, she entered the strong and very much feared Russian women team, helping her colleagues to claim bronze in the World Championship and silver in the European one. Born in the heart of Russia, in Langepas, Olga will try to prove that the term home advantage can be successfully applied to chess. Although her city of origin is rather far for Western standards, the 545 kilometers east of Khanty-Mansiysk is just next door for the Russian norms. Together with her home supporters, we will all witness the charming and kind Olga turning into a merciless opponent over the board. In the long string of great chess players produced by the Georgian chess school, Nana Dzagnidze certainly occupies a venerable place. As a junior player, she showed early promise by winning in 1992 the World Championship Under-12. But she steadily established her name on the chess billboards in 2003, when, aged 16, she won both Women World Championships Under-18 and Under-20. She continued to upsurge as a regular presence in the Georgian national team, which she pushed to gold in 2008 and bronze in 2010 in the Chess Olympiads in Dresden and Khanty-Mansiysk respectively. In 2012, Nana won the silver medal for her score on the top board at the Istanbul Olympiad too, although this was not sufficient for her team to claim a place on the podium. The Georgian star became a habitué in the women top 10 rating list. Her combative style makes her an excellent and typical exponent of the Georgian chess school. Nana's risky, aggressive, and powerful way to execute her rivals failed to fade away even after becoming a happy mother. In 2010, the Georgian grandmaster won convincingly the Yermuk Women FIDE Grand Prix with a stunning 9 out of 11 performance and 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rival, a result which entitles her to hope for nothing less in the new Grand Prix editions. When toddlers are generally speaking just learning to walk and talk, the few of them manage to wow their audience by finding more challenging tasks. It was the case of young Anna, a 2-year-old child who took up chess before she could even say Zugzwang. She progressed smoothly ever since and went on to prove her talent by crowning her junior career with 2 gold medals in the World Championships Under-16 in 2005 and Under-20 in 2010. Anna's track record couldn't have passed unnoticed. Starting with 2004, she was invited to play on the first board for the Slovenian team. But her rise didn't stop there, and the vast array of medals and titles speak for themselves. In July 2012, Anna crossed the 2600 mark, undoubtedly proving she is capable of shoulder-to-shoulder combat against top grandmasters, when she took part in the ACP Golden Classic 2012. The secret key to success is within everyone's reach as long as one could be as disciplined as the Slovenian grandmaster. Anna is a hard worker, dedicating 6-8 hours per day to the royal game. In moments of doubt, the support of her sister Maria comes in handy, the two motivating and helping each other to climb the highest heights of success in the passion they both share, chess. A big fan of Kasparov, whose games influenced her the most, Anna displays the same fearless, attacking chess without forgetting of prophylaxis. The Bulgarian star received her first chess guidance from her father at the age of 4, and just 3 years later she already made her name by winning the Sofia Championship. In the twinkling of an eye, Antoanetta's results bore the resemblance to the snowball effect, culminating with her win at the 10th Women World Championship in 2004. The former World Women Champion almost reclaimed her title back in 2012, but lost by a whisker in the final against the Ukrainian Grandmaster Anna Ushenina. She is now the irreplaceable top board of the Bulgarian Olympic team, where she had her debut back in 1992 in Manila at the age of just 13. Since then, she played in the next 10 Olympiads, including the participation in the men team in 2000. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. In 1997, her rating broke into the top 10 women worldwide, and in 2002 she won the European Women Championship, a victory which propelled her to the second highest rated woman in the January 2003 rating list, with 2560. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. She is also a glamorous person, known and admired for her look, perfect for any magazine cover, and not only for the chess ones. In 30 years of chess career, Antoanetta acquired the proficiency and maturity to make another leap forward.
Welcome back on air. Sixth round of a FIDE Women's Grand Prix in progress here in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. The third hour of play, and that basically means we are approaching a time trouble stage where it's normally everything is decided, and well, once again paying attention to the game of a world champion and our actual leader. So Hou Yifan, leading a tournament with clear point ahead of a second place. Today is facing Antoanetta Stefanova. And well, I don't remember if I mentioned that, but our players are, well, all of our players have a lot of titles. So Hou Yifan is an actual world champion, as I said. Then Antoanetta Stefanova is an ex-world champion and as well current world champion in rapid chess. So, well, quite titled players we have there. So, well, the position is pretty much simplified, I have to say. So, knight f3, bishop f6. Just a second. So I'm coming a little bit back. So here we thought, and I thought perhaps bishop g5 might be an idea, but not really. White decided to castle first. Rook e8, rook e1, rook c8, and bishop g5. So bishop g5, knight g5, queen f6, knight e4, queen e6. So black decided to simplify the position a little bit. Rook takes, knight c3, and g6. Making some fresh air for the king. I'm just wondering if, well, if this g6 was really needed, but maybe it was. But now it looks like white's gonna have a little bit more pleasant position after, say, rook d1, putting pressure on d7 pawn. Knight e5 might be a continuation in this case, but well, knight b5, knight d4. Yeah, ideally, what would be white's ideal setup? I'd say knight b5. Then, okay, at the moment white is ready to answer knight c4 with b3. So a6, and also a7 pawn was attacked, of course. a6, knight d4. And when this rook is moved, well, perhaps white can play e3, b3, a4, setting everything under control. Well, in this particular moment, maybe just playing. I thought about playing rook c1 here. Yeah, might be an interesting try. Then knight c4, rook c2. Planning other rook to c1, then possibly a4, b3, driving the knight away from c4. So it looks like white may hope for a little bit of a pressure. So 20 minutes left for Stefanova, but in this game I don't expect this time trouble to affect the course of the game too much. Position is pretty much simplified, and normally, well, we can say it can be played with a hand. Right, so g6. I mean, white doesn't have to think a lot. The rook a d1. Well, maybe black will not like to leave d4 square undefended, so not play knight d5. But at the same time, it's not that clear how to defend a pawn on d7. So rook e7, knight d5 is certainly not very much pleasant. So what I mean, it's not yet equal, and white's gonna try to press for a little bit. g6, and well, Stefanova is still thinking, so I wonder if she's looking for something else. Well, it might be the case that she's worried a little bit about the forced lines, like, well, knight e5 or knight a5, but it doesn't seem to be very much different. Knight e5, knight b5, knight c4. Well, but still it doesn't seem to be equal, this one. Yeah, knight c4, b3, as I said, right? So b3, because I'd say in case of taking d7, taking b2, it might be just enough counterplay for black. Knight a7, rook c2, so black pieces become very active. But this b3 is really annoying, so it looks like white's gonna win a pawn at least. Yeah, knight a5. Yeah, maybe still acceptable, knight a5 and so on. Well, nevertheless, I mean, rook a d1 seems to be just a move to play, and well, it looks clear that Stefanova is gonna have some pressure here. Well, could I move third a little bit quicker? Because, well, as I said, we're approaching a time trouble stage, and we might just miss something if we are not acting quickly. So I'm gonna switch between the games rather quickly this time. Ushenina with Muzychuk once again. As I said, it appeared to be, well, a little bit dangerous for Muzychuk, but well, I'm pretty much surprised, and I'm really, well, perhaps I'm really gonna ask on a press conference, because after rook d8, white went for queen d4, which seems to be, well, to my taste, it looks just a little bit too simple, I'd say. So rook fc1 was the move I've mentioned when I thought it might be unpleasant for black. And the way Ushenina played queen d4, knight f6, queen h4, well, just seems to be too primitive, because after queen e7, well, it's not clear. It's not clear if white can do much. So p4 is hanging. f6 is defended. As far as I understand, bishop d4 is not an option here. Bishop d4. Black just gonna take b4 with the rook, and on rook a7, black always has queen a7 with absolutely equal position. So white went for bishop takes f6, but well, this simplification seemingly leads nowhere. Knight d4, bishop d7, and okay, I don't see white defending this pawn. So eventually, I believe it's gonna be exchanged, and well, with a draw in the end. Well, rook a7, rook p4 is basically equal. Then rook p1. Black is ready to play rook b7, and once again just doubling rooks, possibly returning the bishop to e8 if it's needed. Then, well, I don't see a way for white to keep those pawns, the queenside pawns, on the board, and without those pawns it's just too simple to be won by either side. So I'd say Ushenina didn't fully take her chance after rook d8 if I'm coming a little bit back. So once again, it's worth mentioning that rook c1 looks... So the logic behind this move is actually quite simple. I mean, if black moves the queen to b7, then, okay, it's a very unpleasant pin, so knight may jump to g5, and black's gonna find it hard to defend on h7. And in case of queen b6, once again, so bishop d4 is available. Bishop e5 as well. So there is bishop e5, which is on for white. Not quite sure if really, I mean, if black wasn't lost here at all. So rook b7, for instance. Now, well, it's only moved, by the way. Rook b7. That might be... position might be already... oh well, bishop e5, knight e5, no, come on, bishop e5 is not possible. So bishop e5 was the case in case of queen b7, so this time there is no pin. So bishop d4 or not bishop d4. Well, Ushenina just took on a7, well, here, just took on a7, and after rook b4, I believe there will be, well, nothing to play for. I don't see any, really, I mean, I don't see any objective reasons for white to hope for an advantage. In case of rook d1, black just safely plays bishop a8. So, won't be surprised if this game will not last for long after this one, so that means, well, they will finish in a draw, and of course, if Hou Yifan manages to win, although it's hard to believe, but it's a, let's say it's a chance for Hou Yifan to extend her lead. So, more or less clear with this one. Switching to the game of this time of Katerina Lahno, I believe we can look at as she's walking. Oh no, we've been to her game, well, in the nearest past, so maybe some other. Well, Kosteniuk with Zagnidze. Yeah, this one is interesting. Let's look for Kosteniuk and Zagnidze. What happened there? Where we saw f5, a sharp move from Zagnidze, setting the board on fire. So, well, ef5, gf5 has been an answer of Alexandra Kosteniuk, and, well, somehow I didn't mention this one, but, well, really a logical move. Bishop f4. So, well, attacking d6 and provoking black to play e6, e5. And in this case, okay, e5 is certainly not recommended, as in this case, white would get a nice outpost on d5, of course. So knight e5, rather logical. Knight d4. So then e6 is attacked, and well, b4 becomes a real threat. Knight g6. Well, this is also quite logical move. Bishop g5 with a tempo. Rook d e8. b4. Eventually black is forced to move the knight. Knight d7. Knight c e2. So this knight stays on. Somehow black's pawn setup lost flexibility a little bit, so this central mass of pawns cannot be easily moved. In case of e5, f5 is hanging. So f5 is hanging, so this one is just not good. Well, knight d e5, and white just played a2, a3. So, well, if I got it right, it means on knight takes c4. Well, actually, I'm not certain. Okay, knight c4 seems to be an option, of course, for black, although a risky one, because, well, this pin shouldn't be underestimated. Well, but possibly black may think of, no, sorry, white may think of taking on c4, sacrificing an exchange. Just thought, what's that gonna lead to? Crazy complications, I can already assure you. I mean, take c4, queen c4, and then knight f5. Is it? No, this way white drops the piece, pardon me. Knight f5 at once might be the case. No, well, never happened. I don't know what could have been played against knight c4, but, well, black decided other way, just moved the king to h8, maybe a more practical decision, because it's, well, quite a useful move, obviously, and as well, so no more threats on this diagonal, a2, g8, which, well, closed so far, but might as well been open after knight c4, and some possibilities of bishop a2 here and there. And, well, at the same time, black is ready to put the rook on g8 in many cases, and, well, certainly gonna be dangerous for white. All this pawns formation easily hints for a king side attack for black, and still for white it's not that easy. I mean, somehow this bishop on b1 is still out of play, and I'm afraid to play bishop a2 hoping for c5 is gonna be too slow, because black already, the concentration of black forces near the, well, not fairly near, but in direction of white's king side, the concentration of forces is pretty high. So, well, queen might be played to f7 next move. Well, by the way, let me try anyway. I mean, c4 was hanging, so possibly white's gonna, but well, this bishop has not much to do on b1, so maybe white's gonna try. Maybe white's gonna try bishop a2 here. So let's find out what's gonna be the way for black. Well, f4 doesn't seem to work. But yeah, and c5, now white's strat is clear. I mean, white wants to play c5 after bishop a2, so black has to react. So the question would be, what's gonna be black's reaction? And bishop a2 was just played indeed. So it might be still something with rook g8, and on c5 some active moves. Yeah, I don't know if f7 can be defended here. So I'd say queen f7, for instance. I mean, if e6 can be defended, let's say queen f7. Still white goes for c5. Well, pc5, pc5, and doesn't seem to be, well, no comfortable reaction I can see for black here. So black instead went for knight f7. Yeah, once the pressure on e6 is released. So now possibly black's gonna look for e6, e5. Still c5 seems to be a critical move. Not quite sure what's gonna happen in this case, because e6 is really hard to defend once again. Though of course it's possible to, well, in case of bc5, knight's gonna take on e6 immediately. Still not clear. Yeah, rather sharp, I'd say. So take this one, knight e6. Queen c6 is available for black, it looks like. Yeah. So then bishop d5, queen d5, bishop d5, knight f8. No, this one is not good, so bishop d5, knight e6. Well, I don't know what's planned after c5. So, I mean, d5 of course is an option. I mean, at least not dropping e6. There is also a possibility to grab on g5. The knight on g5 defends e6. So white has to, and there is no take on d6 intermediate because knight h3 going to follow. So white will have to capture back. Maybe that is what Tsagdinitsa is planning to do, and then just to play d5, keeping the flexibility of this central pawn's formation, winning this bishop, and then planning for rook g8, queen f7. But it's absolutely clear that white's gonna get her own trumps here, at least by playing c6. So this strong passed pawn should not be underestimated. c6, bishop c8, and just something. Don't know, b5 might be played. So I mean, all those central pawns are moving forward, that's quite clear, but still, at least white's gonna have some trumps in this position. So, well, bishop a2, but maybe knight f7 is a good move after all. Maybe knight f7 is a good move. Well, I don't think white has an alternative though, because bishop f6 might be as well answered with f4 already, or knight h4. Yeah, somehow it appears to be too slow. So c5 is sort of a must for white. c5 seems to be a must for white. And then, well, the line I've mentioned, knight g5, queen g5, d5 looks like, well, the most likely to be played. Well, to open up the position, which is normally the thing you're looking forward in position of two bishops, but well, this particular case, I mean, this e6, yeah, c5 was just played. e6 is really a little bit weak, and well, has to be saved. I mean, once e6 falls, so everything falls for black. The black has to keep the integrity of this central pawn's formation. So d5 seems to be nearly only move then. So c5, and Tsagdinitsa is thinking, and meanwhile we are leaving them, moving to the next games. This time it would be Chao Xuvi's Girya, because well, that's a special game of today, as I said. So Chao Xuvi's Girya. The special is, well, this game is special, as I said, because today it seems like Chaozu mixed up with the pairings, came unprepared, and after only 9 moves already it looked fairly suspicious for white, this one. But she continued to fight and looks like she's, well, getting away with that. So queen d5 has been the move, which we saw. Then, and well, once again I want to remind, so queen d5's idea was a nice trick after rook b3. So black would have played queen f3 in this case. We need the game on a spot. So rook b g1, white took on g3, black took on g3, then rook g3 loses to, well, I mean, complete exchange of rooks after queen c4. White is not able to stop the pawn, so white has to take with the pawn here. h5, rook g2, pawn is safely blocked. But here I'm not quite sure if black does the right thing. So queen e4, so far so good. King g1, so white has to defend on e3, has to be able to defend on e3. King c7, king f2, and black has played h4, but I'm not quite sure if it's the best idea. Then you can see actually Olga Girya is in a bit of a time trouble, so 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left for her. h4, so well, this position, I mean, I don't see much of an active plan for white here. Actually, white is pretty much tied up with the defense of all those pawns. So the possibility could have been, I mean, the possible way for white could have, for black, could have been just not to touch anything here, where those 2 pawns on h5 and f5 seem to hold 4. All white's kingside pawns are, well, sort of fixed here, and then to progress. Normally, that's what the basic rules tell us: to progress on a side when you have a majority. So somehow to prepare. Well, I wonder if, well, actually one move back. If black would just play king b8, rook c8, and c6, c5, well, I wonder if white would have enough resources to hold, then bringing the rook into a play via c-file. So instead what happened, king g1, king c7, king f2, h4, rook g1. So black took on g3, so did white. Rook takes g3. Still, this one looks rather ugly for white, I have to say. But at least, well, g3 is defended. Oh, well, the rook on g3 defends e3, so, well, the queen's gonna be freed away. So basically a choice between rook d8. I'm going for a queen's endgame, which is one opportunity, but normally you have to calculate it till the very end. And I'm afraid it won't be that easy. It won't be that easy here. Or just to keep the rook, to play rook d8, and definitely black's gonna have some pressure. The question would be if that one is just enough to win the game. Yeah. So, well, rook g3. Let me try rook g3, king g3. Well, doesn't seem to be likely to be enough. So queen c4. Seems like white is forced to play king f2. Then queen c2 brings nothing. The queen c2, king e1, just in time. Now already threatening to take c2. So check, king f2. Well, still looks rather dangerous for black, for white, of course. It looks rather dangerous because there isn't any active options available for white. Well, actually looks like it took one. I just thought maybe black is winning here. Because no active options. I mean, on queen c3, it's always gonna be queen c2. So maybe that's the way for black to play, to bring the queen on to b1, which seems to be forced. Take, queen c4. I don't know if white may hope for a perpetual check after queen b2. So queen c2, then it's gonna be a lot of checks here and there, but maybe no perpetual. Or black can as well start with king b6. Yeah, so this one, not quite sure if it works for white. So normally white, of course, has to play king f2, then queen c2, king e1, check on b1. Then, well, in case of queen d1, black just captures the pawn. So king f2 back, and in this position, white seems to be absolutely paralyzed. So the king is not moving as well, which is important. The king is not okay. King f3 is available, but no real benefits from the. Well, king f3, is it available? Just trying to figure out. Yeah, maybe. But what I mean, after king f2, black may rook g3 actually was just played. Black may start to march with the king to e4, let's say. Queen c4, exactly as was predicted. So I'm gonna stay on this game for a little while, cause well, black's clock is reduced to 3 minutes, and I'd say white has not a lot of choices as well. Well, I'm not sure, by the way, cause it might take Zhao Xu quite some time, cause well, she'll be looking for a way to escape this king f2 to try queen b2 perhaps. So I'm not certain if I have to stay for long in this game. Well, so what else we got here? Yeah, no, well, just for a second, well, we'll wait a bit. So queen c4. So king f2 looks really bad for white. So let me try something else. Let's say queen b2, as I said. So not a lot of other moves I can see. Well, here queen c2 is of course a critical test. So check, king b6. Then if white continues with king b6 is a nice move, a blundering move in mate in 1. So king b6 in fact is not possible. Yeah, so queen b2 is then quite possible here on queen c4, queen b2, and then this check's gonna be a threat. But well, as I said, black can start with queen b6, and that makes difference, because after queen e5, of course, black will not blunder queen a5 anymore. That's just a question what to play for black. Queen d5 is not possible if I'm not mistaken. So takes, and king f2. White king turns to be in a square of d pawn, while h pawn is gonna be promoted. So this way white's gonna win. But queen b4 is of course available. And this d pawn, once again, it's so far advanced, so, well, probably gonna bring black the win. So, well, queen c4 and a critical choice for Zhao Xu. Well, I believe still, even if both loses, but still queen b2 seems to be more challenging. At least to try to. Yeah. Maybe it's still not easy. This one, king p6, and then, well, let us imagine for a second that white just not playing queen e5, but instead, I don't know, moves the pawn on a3. Just to. So can black really make a progress here? Can black really make a progress? So queen c2, once again, it's queen e5, It's somewhat, somewhat a bit inconvenient, I'd say, for black. This queen a5 mate threat. Well, a6, well, makes it a lot of weaknesses. To a6, I wouldn't be surprised if something like a4 gonna make a draw. So threatening to lock the king here, and well, to give hundreds of checks. Well, maybe not d2. Rather unclear, I'd say, if queen b2 is possible. But well, as I said, queen b2 looks at least more active. Well, let us switch to other games, I believe, because well, we cannot be fully concentrated on this one. This time, Muminova with Kosintseva, I'd like to see well, how this one developed, and as I said, Kosintseva made a couple of suspicious moves, as it seems to me. So, not quite sure if she's going to survive. So we saw this one, yeah, and well, so this was the position we left the girls, and well, we saw d5, a move which in my opinion deserves some criticism here. Bishop c5, bishop c3, and well, somehow Kosintseva decided she can, well, get away without playing with f-pawn, so queen e7 it was. Well, this way black threatens to change the bishops, but after queen e1 black can't do anything. So knight c7, queen g3. Still, it's a question if black shouldn't try to change those bishops here. Don't know really. Well, perhaps bishop b4 is answered with taking on b4 and playing queen h4. Maybe this was what Kosintseva was afraid of. So queen gt. Well, Tatiana actually is playing on a seconds once again. So maybe we don't have time to explain what happened, because it's really something is happening, and Kosintseva is playing on seconds. Bishop d2, knight d5. Eventually she played. Well, so black didn't manage to play f5. It's white who played f5. e5, bishop g5, and that was a nice choice. Queen c7, rook f5, knight e3, rook f3, e8, bishop f6, queen h4. Well, so black was forced to take on f6. So queen takes h7, of course, was a threat. And well, h5 would have been possible, but well, setting a trap in case of queen h5. Well, queen h5 doesn't work at all. Sorry, but f5, of course, is h5. Of course, is such a weakening move. So well, and at that position, as I said, queen h7 is a threat, followed by rook h3, rook h8 mate. So black sacrificed an exchange. E takes f4, and well, it doesn't look like enough compensation anyway. So queen h6 is a threat. Black is practically forced to play with this rook, I believe, to be able to meet queen h6 with bishop f8. So rook e8, I'd say. But in this case, rook h3 forcing h5 seems to be rather dangerous. Well, just trying to figure out if it's not lost straight away. Yeah, so rook h3, h5, and yeah, maybe black is still alive here. Maybe rook h3 is not such a great idea after all. I thought queen g5, but in this case rook e5 is available. Yeah, maybe black's gonna continue to fight, but of course it's tough, because it's always you have to move on a seconds here. Rook e8. Although she looks calm, I have to say. Might be, well, due to two reasons, and well, maybe you're just confident about your position not being that bad, or the other one, might be actually strictly the opposite. So you're not worried because you know it's already too late to worry about anything. So yeah, it's absolutely clear white has to be winning. Just a little bit of technique required. Well, just understood there is no technique required after bishop g6. It's gonna be an end. Yes. I don't know if she blundered or she had no other chance, but bishop g6 now simply wins for Muminova. And of course, if it's going to be played, well, yes, and it's just played, so h, g6, rook h3 sets an end. And then in case of f, g6, f7 wins the game for white. So Nafisa Muminova is gonna score a second win in this tournament, while Tatiana, well, disappointing her fans. And well, somehow her play wasn't convincing straight from the opening. I mean, and yes, it's finished. So Nafisa Muminova scored a win against Tatiana Kosintseva to make it, well, 50% for her, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so this one is finished. So just a snap look on the other game remaining, Lahno with Pachimek, while those girls are arriving at the press conference. So just for a second. So still we are camera follows the girls, but just at the bottom of the page, I'll take a short look on what's going on in Lahno with Pachimek, and nothing really, not that sharp. So we can. I guess we can leave that girls and just hope we can, well, follow the press conference of those two, just to, well, to get an explanation what happened with Tatiana. So that's the position in Lahno with Pachimek. Well, as you can see, time dramatically is running out. Well, but what is that? So it seems like Lahno went for a simplification. So bishop e4, rook e4. Just wonder if she wins a pawn like this. So, queen c7 is on her mind, I believe. Because if white's gonna take on e4 intermediate, then queen c7, black has passive but solid defense with queen e8. So queen c7 has to be played immediately, that's right. So now in case of take, this rook cannot be defended and white's gonna grab this pawn on b7. So the best way to play for black is to play rook e8 at once, I believe. Then after rook takes, queen b7. Looks like black's gonna have to suffer. Yeah. Rook takes, queen c6, and yeah, that's an extra pawn for black. Apart from that, perhaps queen b4 will bring some. No, I'm not sure. Yes, queen c6 is possibly better. Yeah. So, okay, we are leaving the girls as we're gonna have a first press conference of today, and well, coming back right after.
Please tell us what happened.
Yes, actually, I didn't read that I should go to this version.
Вот. Ты не знала, что он пойдет на этот вариант?
Да.
Ага. Я не знала, что он пойдет на этот вариант.
So I think here just Maybe bishop d7.
Я думаю, что слон d7 здесь просто можно было как-то развиваться.
Наверное, слон d7.
Не, ну это теоретическая позиция здесь. Несколько ходов, ладья e8, слон
Theoretical
d7,
position, bishop d7, rook e8 is possible.
конь d4 также здесь играют. То есть в последнее
d4
время были
also
сыграны партии,
is
просто...
possible.
Ну, мне кажется, вот это не так играет. Нет?
Ну, есть такой вариант, конь d4, то есть...
Yeah, there is
ну,
this
просто я не точно разыграла.
variation knight d4, but I didn't play precisely.
Мне казалось, что после e5 у черных уже хуже, нет?
I had feeling that after e5, black are worse already.
Ну, здесь точная игра, да, требуется, наверное.
I need to play really precisely here.
Конь e4, тут f5, по-моему.
I think here e5 is possible.
Собиралась ударить так и пойти так. Ферзь c8, так, без слон d7. Ферзь c2. Ферзь c8 где-то приходится.
Не, ну, f5 как бы я не собиралась, то есть, мне кажется, после f5 хуже.
I thought after f5 I have worse position, said Tatiana.
Ну, после слона 4, слон 4. А вот тут еще f5 поход.
f5 was also possible here.
f5 ef.
Ну, конь в 6, слон в 6. Мне казалось все время, что черному надо...
I had feeling that black should play somewhere f6 or f5.
Может быть, ef, слон f6, вот тут вариант f5, ef, слон f6, опусти слон b2, ладья b1.
Там d5 нет?
In this variation I would play
b1, слон f6.
Ну, нормально, кажется.
Ну, может быть, да, пешку не отдавать.
Да.
Ну, f5, в принципе, слон d3 можно еще отступить.
It's also possible to play bishop d3 after f5.
Что d5 структура там как бы g4 игра будет, это...
If I play d5, then g4.
Да, ну, нормально, кажется.
То есть где-то здесь был вот критический момент, где
Да, вот после g6 я смотрела тут ферзь f3 ход и ладья f3. А еще ладья a3, когда я смотрела.
I was choosing between queen f3, rook f3 and rook a3 here.
Там интересно. Вот не знала, что ладья a3. А если de, то ладья c3, ферзь a4. Так. Ферзь опять так. А тут нормально, вот тут d5.
Делать d5.
Ладья c3 и ферзь опять. И отдать эту пешку. Ну, не хотелось отдавать. Но тут
I
еще
didn't want
идея
to give
была,
up the pawn.
может он d3 отступить. И как-то жертвовать качество за это.
But I could play bishop d3 and sacrifice
Мне кажется, нет
exchange.
тут. По-моему, d3 нормально. А, вот это ферзь f3 еще я хотела. Смотрела. Тут ладья b8 просто.
I was thinking about queen f3, but then just rook b8.
Потом не знаю, что делать. Это ладья, на ладья f3 еще я посмотрела. Ладья d8 тут.
Ну да, возможно, ладья d8, ферзь e1 здесь
Ферзь
ход.
d1, да.
Ладья d7, как-то надо ходить.
Ладья d7. Мне казалось, что черным не надо ходить d5. Потому что после d5 слон d3 отступает, и потом черным как-то трудно создать контратаку.
Black shouldn't play d5 here because after this bishop goes on d3 and it's difficult for black to create any counterplay.
Наверное, слон b6, потом...
А может быть, еще ладья b3 может быть. d3. Проблема с ферзем начинается.
Ферзь b8,
Еще так можно.
ферзь d8, ферзь b8. Ну, то есть, да, тут как-то пассивно на такую позицию.
Position is passive
Может
for
быть,
black.
слон e7, ферзь d8, там опять как-то заблокировать фланг.
You can play a5 and just block queen side.
Ферзь e1. Тут король h8, мне кажется, надо пойти.
I think king h8 was possible here.
Ну, ферзь h4 я собиралась пойти.
I was planning to play
Если
queen
есть
h3
d4, то слон e1, аж слон h4, слон h6.
and bring bishop on h4.
Может быть, конь c7 не играет, там конь h7 была игра. Но вообще мне слон c3 казалось. То есть, в принципе, здесь в какой-то момент f6 могла провести, например, d4, слон d2.
d4, слон d2 тут.
I could make f6 possible after
Есть или
d4,
f5
bishop
вариант
d2,
был.
А, вот это f5, да.
f5 here.
Мне кажется, вот это лучше.
I think
Не,
it's
ну,
better.
понятно, у белых получше позиция. То есть в любом случае, мне вот тут казалось, что после слон c3, в принципе,
White has better position in any case.
у черных, ну вот конь h7 еще игра, может быть, коня на f5.
Maybe I should have brought my knight on
Конь
f5.
c7 мне нравится, ход ферзь e3, может быть, здесь слон b4, надо было слонов менять.
Maybe I should have
Слон
changed
d4,
bishops.
слон c5.
А вот тут слон c5. Ферзь c5, ферзь e5.
Да, и где-то пытаться f6 быстро провести.
And
Если
play f6
успевает,
somewhere here,
конечно.
if I'm in time.
Если f6, ладья h3.
Ну, мне кажется, f6 не надо уже. Ну, как бы,
слон g6.
может, ферзя на g7 перевести. Ладья c8, например, пойти.
Maybe you should bring your queen on g7, suggest Nafisa.
Потом ферзь f8, ферзь g7.
Ну да, вот еще h4, h5 какая-то игра. То есть непонятно. Ну, d4 ошибка, конечно, тут надо было, может быть, b5 ходить, либо король h8. Вот b5,
On d4 is mistake, I should have played b5.
f5, например.
Нет, тут я не собиралась, потому что он уже попадает на e6.
Не,
I
ну
didn't
да, в
want to
варианте
play
f5 конь
5
идет на
in this
e6, а
position
тогда
because then knight goes to e6.
ферзь, куда h3.
Ферзь h3, да. b4, да?
Нет, b4 слона подгонять не хочется, может быть.
И
Слон на
h6
h4 переходит, да.
Нет?
Слон h4.
А, сразу слон h4 сразу.
I didn't want to play b4 because knight goes on h4. Sorry, bishop.
Может быть, здесь уже d4. Это же идея слон e1, конь d5. Слон h4.
Слон e4 же будет.
М?
Слон e4 будет. Нет?
Где?
Слон e1,
Конь
конь
d5,
d5.
слон e4.
Мгм. А тут ферзь d7 можно.
Ферзь d7, слон h4. То есть все равно слон f6 приходит, в принципе.
Ну,
Same bishop goes to f6.
ну d4, кажется, не надо.
Is it possible, здесь можно как-то понять, в какой момент была, вот, допустим, самая решающая ошибка, или тут сложно как-то?
Вот d4, по-моему, вот d4, да? d4 сюда и конь d5. После f5 уже тяжело, наверное. не знаю.
А вместо этого, то есть король h8, да, вот, может быть?
Может, король h8, может, b5 как-то тянет.
Может, b5, да. Мгм.
Тут злодей изменился.
Да.
Почему не сразу пойти? А, я думала, что e7 шаг вот тут.
Слон e7,
H6.
слон h6, наверное, да. Ладья f1, ну да.
Там f6 все равно не будет.
Тут как-то выглядит страшно уже,
Да.
черный.
Ну, такой не открылся, да. Ну, после слона f6.
Есть ли вопросы еще?
Question for both of you. 6 rounds have been completed for the both of you now. What's your assessment so far of the tournament, and where do you see yourself being placed on the table?
Ну, прошло уже 6 туров, и как вы оцениваете свою игру вот к этому моменту и свое место в таблице?
Ну, смотря, что у меня 2,5, 6 очков, не очень радует, потому что у меня были игры, партии, где я могла набрать очко больше. Ну, пока нормально.
Now I have 2.5 points out of 6, and it seems normal for me. Okay, I missed some opportunities before, but okay, this is normal result so far.
Ну, я, конечно, не совсем не очень недовольна своим результатом. То есть немножко в каких-то партиях не складывается. То есть в партии, например, с Ланой Цыганицы там из дебюта не вышло. То есть где-то там не везло. То есть была выигранная партия с Бочеменко. Также не повезло, там была выигранная позиция. То есть что-то где-то не хватает. 2 поражения. То есть такие достаточно, не знаю, турнир еще полтурнира впереди, поэтому постараюсь как-то что-то изменить сейчас.
Yeah, I'm not really satisfied with my results so far. I missed a good chance against Bachimek. I lost against Nana Zagnidze, let's say, and something is going wrong so far. But still, we have 5 rounds to go, and I hope to improve my result.
Добрый вечер. Некоторые спортсмены после обидных, досадных поражений жалуются на проблему со сном, что не могут очень долго уснуть. Относитесь ли вы к этой категории людей? Спасибо.
Да, я иногда не могу уснуть после поражения. Но это приходится спать, потому что следующий день уже тур. Постараюсь собраться.
Some players, when they lose a game, they cannot sleep really well, and they say they don't really feel comfortable and cannot sleep. And what about you? There was a question, and Nafisa said, yes, sometimes it happens that I cannot really sleep well, but what to do? Tomorrow we have next game, and I should push myself to sleep.
Да, я, наверное, сегодня не усну.
I think I'm not going to sleep today.
Ну, бывает, да, то есть партии, которые тяжелые, обидные, когда думаешь о них, постоянно анализируешь. Вот, наверное, у меня сегодня одна из таких партий. То есть, постараюсь, то есть, как бы тут в любом случае завтра тур надо играть. Важно выспаться хорошо также.
There are some games when you really think about them, you cannot stop thinking about them, and that's why you don't sleep very well, and this is one of them today. But okay, tomorrow is the next game, I should try to sleep. Спасибо огромное за ваши ответы. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our press center. We have the second game finished between Zhao Xu and Olga Girya. Russian player won this game. So it seems like everything went wrong from the opening for white. So Olga, can you tell us what happened?
Okay, maybe I surprised with e5, yes. Yeah. The main line is knight c3 and something like e4, bishop c2, and then f3. I don't know, something like this.
Okay. But this bishop d3, was it your preparation or you just decided to play during the game, Zhao? This bishop d3 at the opening.
I played this opening for several times, and okay. This only I want to say is a congratulations for Girya. She played better game than me, the 4 game. Because okay, like the opening, black is okay. It's I think it's good. He controls the how to say the moves. So today I feel very not good. Actually, I just prepare wrong opening.
Yeah.
I thought I have to play and Muzychuk with black. I forget. Sorry, I don't know how to say that. But actually, Girya really do good work than me.
So you set against her, yes?
Yeah.
Before the game.
Значит, я сейчас немножко переведу. Сегодня произошло следующее. Жао пришла сегодня на партию, думая, что играет с Анной Muzychuk, причем черными, и готовилась она к ней. Поэтому сегодня как-то вот играла не совсем уверенно в дебюте, и то есть она отметила, что ее соперница Ольга сегодня играла очень хорошо, и она действительно там не разобралась в позиции, черные быстро перехватили игру. Вот, и говорит, что не очень хорошо себя сегодня чувствовала, и то есть как бы партия тоже прошла не на самом хорошем уровне. So, can you show what happened later?
I think chance was to play bishop e2 then. Maybe it's quite equal.
I don't like such ending.
Okay, but
matter,
it looks so dangerous after that.
На самом деле нужно было, может быть, пойти уже слон Е2 здесь и как-то перейти в эндшпиль, но Жао говорит, что такие, конечно, эндшпиль не хотелось играть.
I thought about c5 and knight c6, but
Я думала, сыграть c5, конь c6.
I don't know, because d5, e4 and then knight d5 didn't like that, so knight s6. Okay, it was quite logical. And
Здесь все развивалось логично.
I don't know, there Zhao could play better.
Я не знаю, где на самом деле Жао могла играть лучше в этот момент. Because all this seems forced, more or less.
It looks awful.
Yes, this is just a game, let's say, where you took initiative quickly and white couldn't do really something against it, right?
It was hard for white to do something because it's so passive position.
Тут сложно было что-то сделать белыми, потому что позиция очень пассивная. Were there any chances for white here? What do you think?
Maybe you saw.
I don't know.
No, you didn't feel there was any moment.
I just didn't feel good after the opening. The queen's ending was almost lost, and Girya did good work.
Yeah. На самом деле, хорошо Ольга играла уже здесь, поэтому уже в конце ничего нельзя было сделать. Давайте не будем мучить Жао больше по этой партии. И thank you very much for your comments.
Welcome back for a live coverage of the 6th round Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. The time trouble stage is off, as long as we had 2 press conferences since consecutive. So, well, I'm afraid the game we are shown is not a game from our camera view, so we'll have to change the boards. At the bottom of the page, I have an actual position of a game. Hou Yifan versus Stefanova. So I hope we're going to change the diagram soon, and at least we can take a look on the clock here in this game. And it looked like it was really a little bit more pleasant for Antonetta Stefanova. So I'm really tracking back a little bit just to see how it could have happened. That the present position looks rather dangerous for her. So, knight c4, knight e2. As I've mentioned, the plan of relocating this knight to d4. Just quickly, I mean, without judging too much, a4, b4. Well, about this b4 I'm not sure, but well, that's okay. Rook c1 takes, knight c6. Well, takes. So Stefanova decided to go for a pawn endgame, which is well, but it looks after f5, king d3. Well, I'm afraid she misjudged this one, because it might be, well, it might be a bit dangerous, really. So king d5, and well, Hou Yifan's plan would be to get this pawn to g4, the black pawn to g4. Then white's gonna get white's gonna run out of moves. So of course it's absolutely clear it's black who's playing for a win here. I mean, black has got more active king and chance to penetrate to c4 or e4. Well, just wonder if e5 has to be, g5 has to be played, or king d5 at once, because king d5 is, well, somehow I'm making this move automatically, but g5 also worth of a try, because after king c4, sooner or later, still white will have to go back. So king c4, well, a5 might be a threat, but let's say after king d6, so as I said, sooner or later white will have to go back. But let's keep it simple. Just black plays king d5. Well, let us say h4, h6. So somehow black has got this d7, d6, a spare tempo, which is very important. I'd say crucial extra tempo here. So f3, let's say g5, takes. And then, well, it seems to be critical for white. This one seems to be already critical for white, because, well, in case of king c3, g4, take, king d3, d6, white is running out of moves in this case, and, well, still possible to play b5, a5. Well, I'm not quite sure actually. Just thought king e3, this, b4, king d5, king c6, king has to go to b4, a4. Yeah, that's right, that's acceptable for white. So white is still not losing. Okay, perhaps the line, well, the line is not 100% forced, but looks very likely. So at least in case of king d5, h4 seems to save white. And just a question if black has got anything else. Yeah, that's interesting. So I mean, the plan for white is the plan for black is quite clear, to undermine. Well, white sooner or later has to play f3 to control e4 to be able to move the king. Otherwise, white simply is gonna finish in a 6-1 here. So then to undermine this f3 pawn with g4, g5, g4, and still force white into a zugzwang. Well, h4. Well, black actually doesn't have to hurry much. Maybe black may start with something like b5, which might be important actually. Might be important to have this pawn on b4, because in my sample line, white, I mean, okay, I'll show you this line one more time. So h6, h4, f3, g5, take, king c3. Yeah, and g4 was, well, just a little bit too hasty, of course. I don't know, even g4 is fine. Takes, king d3, and b5 should be preferred. That's right, yes. b5, then a5, and only here d6. And in this case, white is not in time anymore. This, taking that one, king d5, king c3, absolutely lost for white. This one is absolutely lost. So, well, but if Hou Yifan manages to win this one, that's gonna mean she's going to extend her lead even further. And, well, nothing gonna stop her in this case. So really, well, it's already a fantastic result. I mean, it's going to be impressive display if she wins this one as well. Well, no one would predict this, judging on the opening and knowing how experienced Stefanova is. And, well, I have to say, this looks like a dubious decision for me. Knight d4. Well, knight c6 here. Yeah, this moment. So, well, I don't see much of a problem for white. I mean, if white just takes c6, well, whatever. Some rook endgame, pawn down would be better than this one, pawn endgame, because I'm not quite sure if white could do anything better than that. Yeah, this one seems forced. King e6, f5, king d3, and, well, it's practically forced. And if it's winning for black, then okay, king d5. And if you remember, white lost because of black's b5, so maybe white has to try b5 just to have this pawn closer. Well, g5 immediately she played, so different way. g5, just to make sure she will get g4. Yes. So, well, in case of white's... so she's planning to play g4 straight away, or what? Now, f3, still black cannot play g4 immediately, because in this case, white takes and returns to e4. It's already black who has to be careful. Well, but anyway, g5, highly possible. And, well, what to do for white? I wonder if white can do something. So king... just curious if king c4 is gonna save white. So king c4... No, I'm not sure. I mean, I still believe black had to play king d5 first, because here king c4, and what you gonna do with black? h3. Yeah, of course, the typical reaction. But maybe white should have thought about king c4, because I mean, g5 here is answered with b4. Then, g4 with a5 is answered with a5. Well, just a second, it jumped. So g5. Now still offering this chance. h3, h5. So I'd say king c4. Yes, Stefanova just played king c4. So what I mean, in this position, if black plays g4, once again, take, well, not sure which pawn to take with, let us say f takes, then a5, if b5, king c5, it's actually white king, which is getting first to black pawns, so not sure if So a5, black has to play ba5, ba5. So g4 has been just played. ba5, ba5. And, well, king d6. I mean, I'm not sure if black can manage to win this one. D6 is possible. Yeah, that's right. D6 is possible, but then there no more spare moves left for black, so white is not in the risk of losing. Yeah, king c3, king d5, king d3. It's just a draw. Yeah, this one looks like just a draw. So, and after g4, gf4, oh, well, hg4 is move 40 for white. So it means Stefanova has got an additional half an hour. And of course, during this half an hour, she's going to try to calculate. Yeah, and still, I'm pretty much curious to know if black didn't spoil her chance by not playing king d5 first. So that seems to be a decisive moment in this game. Because if black would have played king d5, I don't see a way for white to stop this plan with g5, g4, getting a pawn on g4 eventually and just winning the game. So maybe this hasty g5, h3 in fact didn't change much, but here still king d5 had to be played. Well, actually, it's Hou Yifan who has to make her 40s move sometimes. You just, may forgot about making the 40s move. Well, h takes g4. She decided that h takes g4 has to be played. And here, as we said, just thinking. No, okay, a5 is just good enough. 5 is just good enough, so black cannot really close the... Well, black can of course play d5 and it's gonna be a draw. Yeah. I don't see black making a path to her own king. So she has to take. And then, either way, I mean, d6, king c3 is perhaps the only but sufficient move to make a draw, just to win an opposition after king d5, king d3, or otherwise if king goes to d6. I'm not sure if Hou Yifan is not a little bit disappointed. I think she understood she did something wrong. Well, if king d6, then... Well, okay, that's a question, by the way. Maybe it's not that easy. Yeah, I mean, now king c3 is probably losing, but d5 is available. So king e5, king goes there. It's a question if there are still chances for white. Well, I mean, chances for black to win. No, doesn't seem to be so. So, well, perhaps it's a little bit too early to claim Hou Yifan spoiled her chances, but, well, as I said, I'm not quite sure that after f5 check, king d3, black should not prefer king d5. Well, let's take a look at some other games. So we've seen 2 press conferences, so that means 2 games are finished already, which been Muminova with Kosintseva, white won in this one, and Zhao Xu lost with white against Olga Girya. So no draws so far. Well, I'm switching to the other games just to find out what goes on. Lahno is still playing. Yeah, all the rest is still in progress. That's a position of... The bottom position is a position in Ushenina with Muzychuk. I can see it's... well, still don't know why they're playing this one. Looks like absolutely drawish position. And we declared this one to be so some 20 moves ago, actually. Yeah, somewhere around there. as I said, I didn't expect any things to happen. So, well, Ushenina feels like she has just a little bit of an advantage, so she decides to go for it. But, well, to be honest, I believe in this particular moment, Muzychuk just thought it's going to be a quick draw. Otherwise, Black would normally prefer to keep rooks, but she decided there is nothing to play for. But surprisingly, Ushenina is trying. I don't know about about her chances to succeed, but well, she's trying, and yes, okay, at least there is no way for white, well, no way for black to exchange anything. So white is jumping here and there. I hope they will not try for another 50 moves. Don't know really, I mean, not sure about white's chances to succeed in winning this one. Looks like absolutely no chance. Well, sometimes you just like to make few more moves before agreeing on this draw. But as I said, I don't believe that anything can happen in this one. So Alexandra Kosteniuk against Nana Tsagnidze. Let's take a look what happened in this very sharp game. Well, it's just wonder what's going on here. We saw it much, well, quite some time ago. I'd say we saw this one with well, this position I think we saw when they only entered the complication, but then massive series of exchange actually happened. So take. Well, I'm curious what was the point here. Yeah, I got it. So 96, I said 96 would be quite strong, but probably this is what Tsagnidze had in mind. So taking on e6, playing queen c6 this time, double attacking g2 and e6, and in case of bishop d5, black would take anything on d5 and grab this bishop. Although I'm still not sure who is better there, because, well, after rook c5, white would get the pawn and the rook against two pieces, and with black's a6 pawn being a little bit weak. But, well, Kosteniuk decided it's not enough, so she played bishop f4, knight f4, knight f4, bishop h6, knight e6. Well, more or less the same tactics happened. Bishop d2, bishop c1, and this position, I'd say, looks, well, better for white, but don't know what's gonna happen next. Yeah, rook takes c5, f4, knight e6, rook c7. Yeah, looks like white is practically winning. So bishop e4, rook d7, throw some back rank mate threats, knight e8, rook d8, and especially I can imagine in a time trouble how tough it was. Bishop g6, knight c7, rook d6, check there, rook d2, bishop c4, and, well, by the way, after bishop c4 it seems there is nothing left to play for, as, well, black cannot really defend on a8, and rook c2 doesn't bring any relief, because after knight takes e8, rook c4 cannot be played, because after this check, white is winning a rook. So rook d2, bishop c4. Perhaps black has to try rook takes f2. Well, yeah, rook takes f2 is, well, the game is not over yet, because now on knight e8, bishop e4 is available, attacking g2 and the rook. So after rook f2, white would, well, will have to still find a precise move, which might be, well, f3. I'm considering if f3 is a threat. The rook f2 is obviously the only move. Yeah, king g1 might be critical, by the way. So I just thought king g1. What's gonna happen in this case? Rook g2 is lost, yes, indeed. Bishop e4, king goes. Bishop a8. White has a choice to take the knight or the bishop. The king g1. Then something with... So, but at least this g2 remains a target, so something like rook c2 here can be played. So then white is forced to take on e8 and bishop e4. Yeah, seems like gives black some chances. Yeah, rook f2 has been just played. Gives black some chances. Well, rook d8, I'd say, because it's still impossible to take the bishop. But black's gonna take that one. And no, yeah, I just got it. So no g8 square available for black, so black is still lost probably. Yes, rook f2, and it seems king g1 is gonna win for Alexandra Kosteniuk. But of course, after the time being added, you don't want to well, you don't want to make hasty decisions and instead prefer to take your time to think a bit. So this one is covered, which makes us, well, we've covered basically all the games apart from Lahno with Bachimek to Shintuk, so I'm really curious what's going on here. So Lahno with Bachimek. Well, once again, a lot of action through this game. We've seen this one, yes, queen c7. Black found a nice way to escape out of trouble. Rook a8, queen b7, rook a4. So black leaves an 8th rank for a little while, but was just in time to come back with the rook in this case. So rook e7, king g8, c7, rook e8 replied. So then in case of taking on c6, it's gonna be rook e1, queen f1, king h2. Well, here I'm not quite sure if... Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, if you're sure about the evaluation of a rook endgame, perhaps queen e6 can be recommended. So queen e6, I mean, white has nothing to do but to take on c6, then black takes, and this normally should be a draw, this one. Yeah, rook is coming behind the pawn, and well, the important thing is, okay, if rook stands on b6, then black just will not let white king come closer to the center by putting rook on a 3rd rank. So king is not allowed to f3. In case of king f1, now rook is coming back and king is not allowed to e2. So I mean, that could have been a draw. And well, the other case, king g2, rook b2. If white's gonna play rook to the 4th rank, defending the pawn from a side, then g5 is very important. Driving the rook back, well, driving the rook away from f-file, and once again the same method seemed to be applicable in this situation. So rook b3, cutting the king on 3rd rank, and white hardly can make any progress. Okay, rook f8 has been played. Queen d6. So this pawn on c6 is still falling. Queen a2, queen d4, queen d5, queen c5, rook b8, rook takes c6, so we still got to the same position. Well, this is interesting, in fact. So rook b3, g4, king g7, h4. Well, I'm not quite sure what has to be played here. Well, h5 is, well, quite a risky choice, I would say, because king remains locked after g5, so this is what I'm worried about. So if white's gonna play g5, then, well, perhaps king is gonna run out of cage. Well, I mean, if black just remains passive, then might be the case that white is simply winning with rook c8, then bring in the king slowly to the 4, sacrificing the pawn in the right moment. So let's say black keeps it passive, like that. f3, I don't know, rook c4, so white puts the pawn on c6. And then, well, I don't know, king h7 for instance, f4, g7, king f3. So that means white's gonna leave this pawn. Now, well, in this case, I mean, after king e5, black cannot even take the pawn on f4. Yeah, I mean, this h5, not sure. Normally, to create a counterplay, somehow you have to create targets here. Well, this is surprising, I have to say, because black decided she has to take on h5. And this is, well, unexpected. Well, maybe g5 would be at once answered with rook b4. Yeah, and if, well, in this case, it might be like white is not in time to defend the pawn, so king h3 has to be played. Or well, queen g3 first. Check, king h3, rook f4. And here, yes, after rook f6, at exchange, king is in a square, so it looks like a draw. This, then f6. Yeah, has to be a draw, this one. So maybe that's the point. Lahno decided to take on h5. So takes, but also gives her a tempo to defend the pawn from a side. Yeah, also a very good chance. It's also a very good chance for white. The pawn is defended from a side, and, well, not a lot black can do here. So white's gonna manage to keep everything together. Well, for a second, let's imagine how this one's going to be continued. Okay, I'd say rook c3, just to clarify where this pawn goes. So c6, then, well, f6, king g6. Well, f6 is not comfortable because here white is getting to the 7th rank, and this one is fairly dangerous. This one is really dangerous, although still, even in this case, not sure if it's gonna be that easy for white, because white king has to go a long way here, and meanwhile black may get some counterplay. So this one is still not decided, but of course white has a serious chance to win. So guess we are back to Hou Yifan. Hou Yifan with Stefanova. Just to figure out what happened there. Yes, it looks, as I said, it looks drawish, unless I'm missing something else. So this position we already mentioned, after g4, h4, g4, a5 is probably the only move to make a draw. So takes, king d6. And well, seems like white has to play d5. So I'm just wondering what is... maybe I'm wrong here. So I just thought... Okay, king e4 might be Stefanova's worry here. So king b6, black takes and plays king c6. Yes, it might be as well lost. So d5, king e5, king c5, king e4. How about the other one? King d6, then king d4, and once again, white has to take d7, and white seems to be lost. Yeah, king e7. Yeah, well, this one is a question, of course. So I mean, it's absolutely hopeless to go to c7, right? So this, and well, white will never be in time. That's too many captures needed. But the king d5, king e7 might be the chance. So, well, I'm still not sure. King e7, okay. The king c5 this time, it's absolutely clear white is in time here. Is that right? Yeah, even the king is in a square. Ah, well, perhaps not that easy. Just okay, we have jumped back just a second. So the line I'm discussing, first of all, let us clarify that if king is coming back, king d3, then after d6, well, it seems to be lost. I don't see much of a chance. King c3, king e4, king c4, king goes to f3. Yeah, white is not in time. King d5, black takes, and black, well, just plays f4, for instance. Yeah, so it looks like the same probably applies to king d3. Yeah, this d7 pawn is gonna be even more far away from white's king, so it doesn't make any difference. After king d6, d5 seems to be the only try to escape. Then king e5, now it goes more or less automatic. King c5, king e4. Well, king c4 loses after the e6, that's obvious. King b6, as I said, looks lost after king d5 and king c6. So shouldering white's king, and after king a7, d5, then it's all over for white. If white plays a6, then king c7, of course, is the move. And otherwise, on king c7, on king b8, it's king b5. So basically, it makes, well, just a second, king c5, king e4, it makes this line almost forced. King d6, king d4, then white has nothing to do but to take. King d5, and king e7, so maybe this is a chance for white. So king c5 is coming here, so you can see, well, worried and concentrated our arbiter Anastasia's rocking her. Well, actually, I was always curious about the duties of the arbiters nowadays and what exactly she's writing. She has sort of protocol when she's writing a, well, at least play of clocks, I believe. But not clear. Well, I believe she's not writing the chess moves. So some clock display which needs to be protocoled during the round. So back to this analysis of a pawn endgame, king c5, and well, I'm just trying to understand because somehow it's not that easy to calculate everything, and so then black is well, black has no chance basically. Yeah, okay, white is moving first. Yeah, nothing to calculate. So in this position, it's surely not winning for white. For black, pardon. So king e7, yeah, seems to hold the balance for white. And the same applies. I mean, okay, king e5, king f7, f4, king g6. Now it's gonna be white who is winning. By the way, seems so. Black is sort of not in time, but of course, yeah, it could have been like king e6, king f6. No. Yeah, so still looks like a draw if Stefanova decides herself on d5. Don't know if I'm missing anything else. So once again, well, I don't believe any backward moves could do the job for black, so only king e5 seems reasonable. King c5. Once again, the check loses. f4. Well, f4, but well, white just takes f4, plays king d6, and well, queens are delivered on the board in the same time, so no chance for black once again. So yes, d5 seems to save the game for white. So one more time to Ushenina with Muzychuk, because well, I don't know if they're gonna manage to turn this rather boring endgame in something interesting. I don't really believe so. Just curious. So this is a current situation, and if we have to speak about something, well, no, really, I mean, I don't even understand what white's objective should be. So if black just moves the bishop here and there, not easy to imagine white making any progress. So I'd say no, not really. I mean, black always gonna have some counter chances. So all those pawns are basically just don't know what does it mean. I mean that Ushenina is so persistent in playing this one. Don't see much of a chance. And well, while they still have enough time, as I said, we already crossed the border of move 40, so we got all our players got a half an hour of an additional time. In some games, actually, it goes to be, well, it looks like it's gonna be a next time trouble, but so far we have enough time, and I hope we're gonna manage to have another break just for a few minutes, then coming back to see those games till the end.
From an early stage, Xu became the fear of her junior competitors, proving she was the most talented of them all in 1997, 1999 and 2002, when she took to China the gold medals from various age groups, under 12, under 14 and under 20. But maybe her most stellar results came within the national Chinese team, where she performed fabulously. Xu played an important role in the last two victories of China in the Women Chess Olympiads. Her first one in Bled 2002 was exceptional. She took the gold medal on the fourth board with a massive score 11 out of 12. In Calvia 2004 she took gold again, on board 3 this time, with an impressive 10 out of 12. In Torino 2006 her team didn't win, but Xu decided to press the repeat button and won gold again, on the top board with yet another outstanding score, 10 out of 13. The Chinese Grandmaster continued to rise, leading her team to victory in the Women World Team Championships from 2007, 2009 and 2011. On an individual level, Xu reached the semi-finals of the World Women Championship in 2010 and won the 2013 Sport Accord Mind Games Basque. In order not to disappoint her fans, in 2011 Xu won the Women Grand Prix stage in Nalchik with a great score 9.5 out of 11. Bear in mind that she actually lost in the last round to still finish 2.5 points ahead of her nearest rival. Although Xu didn't cross yet the 2600 barrier, the chess spheres know it will happen, as she clearly showed that when the Chinese is in the top shape, she is going with the principle Veni, Vidi, Vici. Xu knows very well which are the keys to success. Integrity and hard work are the most important qualities, she said. The Chinese is currently working on her educational research in the Peking University in Beijing, entitled New Qualities of Chess Players. For those who are interested in the results, just a bit more patience. Xu has first of all tournaments to play. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. For Anna, this happened as a pure coincidence, when her mother wanted her to play draughts. But when they reached the club, it turned out that they had only chess. This was just the starting point of a long journey. Although the young Anna learned how to move the pieces a bit later than her colleagues, when she was only 7, nothing stopped her progress since. She firmly stood up from the crowd by becoming the clear Ukrainian women champion for several years. Soon after, Anna strikes with an early pinnacle in 2006 Olympiad, where her undefeated 7 out of 10 score helped the Ukrainian team to gold. Since then, the team medals kept on coming like clockwork, Anna being responsible in a great measure for that. Her individual successes didn't cease to occur either. After bringing home the bronze from the European Women's Championship in Plovdiv in 2008, Anna made the biggest leap of the career, becoming the 14th World Women's Chess Champion in 2012. She overpowered the higher-rated Anna Muzychuk, Natalia Pogonina, Nadezhda Kosintseva and Yu Yifan to finally reach the final against the former world champion Antoaneta Stefanova, which she defeated as well. But Anna's interests are not limited to only chess. She is very much fond of jurisprudence, subject from her law faculty at Yaroslav the Wise Law Academy in Ukraine. This, combined with her affection for the classical wizards, such as Spassky, Smyslov or Karpov, may explain Anna's playing style in terms of foresight and circumspection, melded with fearless attacks when given the chance and when the position allows it. The Tuvshintuk's family has a unique engagement with the royal game. Chess is like the history of our family. Everyone plays it. Uncles, sisters, nieces, my aunt, nephew, brother, and they hold FIDE titles too. Shares the strongest player from the clan, women grandmaster Bachimek. Like father, like daughter. Bachimek's talent gradually brought her to the second place in the national woman list, making her an irreplaceable presence in the national team. She proved her skills on several occasions by winning the gold medal in all 3 national women championships, classical, rapid and blitz. And yet her other honorable results shouldn't be placed under lock and key either. Bachimek took the first place in the Susan Polga World Open Championship in 2006, the 5th place in the 16th Asian Games from Guangzhou 2010, and the gold medal with her team in the 11th World University Championship in Zurich 2010. But it was recently, in 2013, when Bachimek made a name for herself in the widened chess spheres, by becoming the surprise of the FIDE Women Grand Prix from Dijon. Bachimek occupied the very honorable 7th place, surpassing experienced players like Harika Dronavali, Olga Girya, Victoria Chmilite, Elina Danielian and Bella Khatinashvili. On top of that, she defeated the current women world champion Hou Yifan at the 2013 Geneva Women Grand Prix. Bachimek's full name might be quite difficult to pronounce for the European speakers, but her easygoing personality will not fail to be noticed too. The 27-year-old is an affable lady who loves to dance and sing, proving her talent not only on the 64 squares board, but also in many other sports. Skydiving will be one of them soon. So don't get fooled by the apparent gentle look. Bachimek's talent and courage are able to produce masterpieces. The Bulgarian star received her first chess guidance from her father at the age of 4, and just 3 years later she already made her name by winning the Sofia Championship. In the twinkling of an eye, Antoanetta's results bore the resemblance to the snowball effect, culminating with her win at the 10th Women World Championship in 2004. The former World Women Champion almost reclaimed her title back in 2012, but lost by a whisker in the final against the Ukrainian Grandmaster Anna Ushenina. She is now the irreplaceable top board of the Bulgarian Olympic team, where she had her debut back in 1992 in Manila at the age of just 13. Since then, she played in the next 10 Olympiads, including the participation in the men team in 2000. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. In 1997, her rating broke into the top 10 women worldwide, and in 2002 she won the European Women Championship, a victory which propelled her to the second highest rated woman in the January 2003 rating list, with 2560. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. She is also a glamorous person, known and admired for her look, perfect for any magazine cover, and not only for the chess ones. In 30 years of chess career, Antoanetta acquired the proficiency and maturity to make another leap forward.
Welcome back for a live coverage of the 6th round. So the final stage of the round when already all the games look more or less decided. For those who just joined us, well, let me remind it's a FIDE Grand Prix, Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Muzychuk. So at our screen at the moment, an ex-world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk, who is facing Nano Zagnidze. So, well, I guess we have on the upper board we have a wrong position, so that's a position from the other game. So, I'll recommend to look at the bottom diagram where the present position of this game is shown. So it's two pieces for Alexandra Kosteniuk. So, just curious how it could have happened. Okay, it was absolutely clear she's winning a knight on e8. So rook takes f2, king g1, bishop c2, knight e8, bishop e4, rook d8. Just as it was recommended, rook takes, rook c2. So this way at least white keeps all the pieces under control. So rook b2, knight d2 check, rook g8 check, and well, it turns out that well, white is winning the other piece. Yeah, so knight b3 was a clever little move. So this way, yeah, this bishop is going to be won by discovered attack, discovered check, knight f6. So black has nothing to do but to, well, perhaps black could have given this check. Just thought bishop g2, but doesn't make difference actually. Coming there and rook b8, so knight d6. Yeah, this looks like a, well, maybe Zagnidze just missed it, because this looks like, well, yeah, in this case black is not losing the piece at least. So that was a little bit surprising. Rook b2. So rook b2, knight d6. Yes, knight d6. Check, king g7, rook g8 check. Now on king f6 this bishop is taking with the check, so king h6, knight f7. Yeah, we just saw the finish of this game. King h5, bishop d1, nice check, and well, so the other piece is lost. f3 has been played, rook g5, rook g4, king g3, and knight h6 was just enough to finish the game for Alexandra Kosteniuk. In case of f2, there is mate in 2 to follow, knight f5 followed by bishop by rook h4 mate. So Alexandra Kosteniuk won her today's game, a tough game with a lot of complicated variations to be calculated, but she won it, sending Nana Zagnidze back in minus. So, well, I believe if we would be given a chance, we're gonna see a press conference of those two. So meanwhile, let me take a snap look on the other games. Still not clear what is going on in Stefanova with Hou. I think they're still in the line we were discussing, in the line which gonna lead to a draw seemingly. No real progress Ushenina made against Muzychuk. Don't know when this one's gonna finish, but don't really believe Ushenina will succeed to win. And Lahno with Pachimek. Well, still some chances for Lahno, but I believe Mongolian player found a good way to defend here. Okay, we shall see later how this one's going to develop. So this latest one, it's so that the diagrammed position is a game of Katerina Lahno with Pachimek to Shintugs. Rook c4. Well, I'm just curious. So that was the final move here. King g3, rook c3, king f4, and here is this check. So that means if white wants to make progress, white has to play king e3. That's the question, of course, is if this one is going to be enough. Rook h4. Then, well, the worst thing for white that white cannot really play rook d4. In this case, rook's gonna be exchanged, and black's going to promote the queen as well. I know. This is tricky, because in this particular line, white is winning. Yes, king e3 was just played, so maybe that's the position Lahno relying it. Well, we shall see later this one, so I hope it's not going to be finished. Right now we have a press conference of Kosteniuk and Zagnidze.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome for our press conference. Alexandra Kosteniuk won this game against Nana Zagnidze. So, can we check what happened today? Дорогие друзья, мы начинаем пресс-конференцию, и партия между Александрой Костенюк и Наной Заgnidze только что завершилась в пользу Александры. Давайте посмотрим, что сегодня в партии случилось и какие критические моменты вы можете выделить.
Не знаю, партия была очень сложная.
It was a really complicated game.
В какой-то момент я была недовольна своей игрой, я не знаю, что я сделала. Мне казалось, что я сделала что-то не то по выходу из дебюта.
I was really unsatisfied with my play at one point, and I don't know what I did wrong after the opening.
Но как-то здесь мне уже очень не нравилась моя позиция.
I didn't like here my position.
Хотя я удивилась, когда черные быстро пошли конь g6.
But I was surprised when black played knight g6 quickly.
Я конь g6 вообще не смотрела, такие ходы рассматривала.
I didn't check this move, I was checking other moves at this point.
После конь g6 мне показалось, что все в порядке.
I thought everything is fine after knight g6.
Но, правда, b4 я уже тоже не уверена. Тут была возможность сразу напасть на пешку, пойти конь d2.
But I'm not sure about before. I could have played knight e2.
Ну, с идеей, что на ферзь c6, допустим, я пойду f3 где-то.
To play f3 after queen c6.
Ну, и потом, может быть, b4. Но опять же, мне показалось, что позиция достаточно такая темповая, и я должна нападать. Почему-то я думала, что конь e4 последует ход.
But I thought I have to play more aggressively here.
После конь d7, да, долго продумала.
I think quite long here.
Много разного смотрела.
I was checking many different options.
В итоге я увидела эту идею, которую провела в партии, но, опять же, не знаю, насколько она хороша. Ну, идея была в том, что вот здесь вот, если черные берут на c4,
The idea was if black takes on c4.
Я даже не знаю, проходит ли это,
Sure
но она выглядела красиво.
But it looked nice.
Вот, и я вроде бы на e6 должна отыгрывать. По крайней мере, я надеялась, что я отыграю. После короля h8, не знаю, пошла слона 2, но как-то что-то после коня f7 мне показалось, что может быть очень быстро. Тут на самом деле такая позиция, ну или я как-то погашу инициативу черных, или уже нет.
Here, this kind of position, where I have two choices: either I will kind of stop this initiative of black or not.
Не знаю, после c5 я очень всегда боялась, что вот конь на g5 съест. И мне придется ферзем туда идти.
Может, d5.
Какой-то промежуток.
d5
я как-то вот не беспокоилась. Я думала, что d5, если я этого слона закрою, не знаю, я вот этого слона очень боялась. Конечно, тут и можно просто под лавину пешечную попасть. Может быть, не знаю.
d5 просто было такой возможности, но я думаю, после dc тоже у меня хорошо. Нет.
После dc,
то, что
уже не уверена.
То, что было партии. Нет. cb?
Тоже возможно.
Ну, не знаю. Ферзь d8, может, пойду.
Ну, ферзь d8, конь c6, я думаю.
Да, просто поэтому я не пошла. Не хотела, чтобы мои слоны там.
Ну да, закрывает.
Да.
Конь g5 тоже надо смотреть.
Я просто потом все зимнула.
После dc я как-то была уже слон f4 довольна. А что делать?
Ферзь c8 надо было, наверное, просто идти.
Ферзь c8, да.
Не надо было, конечно, конь f4 брать.
Конь f4,
я просто конь e6 не видела. Конь e6, ладья e6, и там конь e6 не видела.
I just didn't see knight d6 indeed.
Тут тоже, наверное, что-то есть. Не знаю, ферзь c5 надо смотреть.
Ферзь c5 и ферзь c3, да.
Не, ферзь c3 как-то не знаю.
Queen f5, queen c3, maybe. А что будет
ферзь a8? Мой любимый ход где-то.
А что будет вместо ферзь c8, вот e5?
e5? e5 я думала, слон h2. Собиралась идти.
Да, e5 тоже думала.
Тоже интересно. Как-то тут много связок. Я боялась, что я где-то коня потеряю.
Слон h6?
Нет, здесь должно быть черного.
Хода такого не рассматривалось. Потому что я только во время партии, потом, когда слон h6 черные пошли, я поняла, что слон-то на h6 провисает. Не провисает, то есть.
I didn't see this move during the game, but after Nana played bishop h6 in different position, I understood that actually I cannot take on h6.
Может быть, значит, e5, да, просто.
Слон h6 в этой редакции. Почему?
Чувствуется, что-то в черных должно быть просто.
Но ты тоже смотрела слон h2 в этот момент, после e5?
Слон h2, думаю, слон h6 не видела. Ну, если бы я смотрела, конечно, играла. Я думала на e5 слон h2, но слон h6 как-то не знаю. Наверное, просто энергия тратила. Вчера столько, что сегодня ничего просто не могла посмотреть.
Да, после коня в4, наверное, здесь уже хорошо.
После коня в4, да, уже.
Я какое-то время считала зачем-то.
Просто в этом моменте, в моем счете, вот когда я брала там конь f4, я думала после коня f4, вот.
Чтобы пропустила вот это.
На слон h6 я пропустила так, вот так, да?
А мне здесь
это что? У нее конь e6 и на ферзь e5, ферзь c3 там. Как можно такого сделать просто?
I don't know how could I miss this move.
Просто невероятно.
I don't believe it.
Он единственный?
Ферзь E1, там нет хода.
Как?
Ферзь E1.
Где ферзь?
Ну, ферзь E5, ферзь C3 единственный
Я
ход.
ферзь C3 смотрела.
Ну, неважно, да. Тут я просто еще какое-то время, мне что-то очень захотелось, чтобы ферзь C3 прошел. Я долго считала ферзь C3, потому что мне понравилось, что слон G7, ферзь G7
Нет, ферзь E5, ладья E5.
Ладья E5, да, но дальше я считала...
Rook E5 after Queen C3.
Я тут все считала конь E6, куда-то на D5, а потом конь так. И ладья D5, слон D5 смотрела. Потом я поняла, что оценить, что происходит на доске, я не могу. Скорее всего, я что-то зеваю. О, нет, тут конь зевается. Слон D5, значит, да.
Feeling I'm missing something all the time.
Так что я решила, что лучше просто с пешкой оказаться, потому что позиция очень сложная, ну, то есть тяжелая для черных, король слабый, пешки слабые.
I estimated this position as very difficult for
Ну
black.
правда здесь конь d6, я удивилась, конь e5 мне казалось, что почти, ну, очень близко к уравнению.
Good equalized position, very close to equalize.
На f4 коня, что-то мне
To bring
казалось
the knight on f4.
очень рядышком.
I thought it's very near to be equal.
Ну, как бы, конечно, наверное, что-то могу найти. Ладья c4 надо, наверное, ладья g8 смотреть. Но вот тут вот я не видела ничего. Так. Потому что после конь d6, наверное, просто под проигром.
I think after 96 it should be about
Ну, просто после такого зева просто тяжело
да,
было
если
играть.
один ход.
It was
там.
difficult to play after you miss such move. Yeah, and there was a moment, где-то тот момент, вот там, где на c2, вот отошли белые какой-то там, вот здесь на e2, конь d5, не смотрела ты такой
Конь
ход?
d5. Без коня на c6 почему-то не смотрела.
Я смотрела, что там, Эдя и ферзь белый. Что там?
Конь c6,
или конь f5, или конь c6, я не знаю. Как-то на инициативу получается.
Ну, может быть, да, но как-то я почему-то без коня на c6 не смотрела это продолжение.
Without knight on c6, knight d5 move, один checked.
Может быть. Ну, то есть, ну, вот где-то здесь, опять же, я не знаю, до этого, может быть, черные могут усилить игру. Ну и здесь чувствовала, что, скорее всего, критический момент, и как-то моя идея с b4, a3, слон на 2 слишком медленная.
I had feeling that my idea was before and bishop a2, a3, bishop a2, maybe it's a bit slow here. Есть ли вопросы?
Yeah, just a question for you, Alexandra. You said that you're not, you keep on missing things in your game. So, do you still feel satisfied even though you've got 3.5 out of 6?
Excuse me,
You said you've
I understood the question. То есть ты продолжаешь какие-то пропускать вещи во время партии, ну, то есть какие-то моменты, но при этом, как бы, в принципе, ты удовлетворена своим результатом и игрой.
Well, you know, it's just a game. Of course, we miss something. We're not like computers to play perfectly. So that's obvious. That sometimes positions are too complicated to play it perfectly, and we're just trying to do our best and to enjoy this game. And about the result, I still believe that it's too early to say. The other half of the tournament is just as important as the first one, so just we'll try to continue to enjoy this tournament.
На самом деле, мы, конечно, где-то что-то пропускаем, мы же все-таки не компьютеры, мы продолжаем играть, позиции получаются сложные, мы просто продолжаем играть в шахматы, получать удовольствие от игры. А что касается результата, еще рано о чем-то говорить, еще впереди 5 туров.
Also in the tournament hall today, I believe there was an over-eagerly fan today who shouted out a chess move. Did this distract you at all?
This I didn't get.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Today, tournament hall, there was a very eager chess fan. Did this distract you at all during your games? And do you feel that it distracted pretty much everyone in the playing hall?
Что-то вот должно было вас...
Что-то случилось.
Что-то в зале игры как-то, может быть, мешает? Или...
Something happened in the tournament hall?
Yes.
Yeah?
I believe there was a very eager fan who shouted this bishop move was not the best or something?
No, the only words that I heard was something like strange, and then there was a guard who was saying, "How dare you are to behave like this?" or something. Well, it didn't distract, but it just, well, it happens, sometimes very weird.
Did you pay attention to this?
Well, I hear this kind of things, but it doesn't really distract for more than 10 seconds. Then you go back into your game and you forget about everything. But, some weird things can happen, and, well, it's life, so...
Yeah. No problem, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments.
So while we had a press conference, of Alexandra Kosteniuk and Nana Zagnidze, there is one more game finished. Hou Yifan and Antonetta Stefanova finished in a draw. And actually I can see only one game still in progress. So maybe Muzychuk and Ushenina finished as well. Yes, they agreed as well. So only one game is still in progress. And this one being Lahno with Pochimek to Shintugs. So I wonder if this last game going to be decided. So we can see an empty board. Only two kings in the center, and I believe that's all what's left in a game of Stefanova with Hou Yifan. So I hope we're gonna have chances to follow their press conference and to ask questions. Yeah, and just to make it clear if Hou Yifan didn't miss the win.
Okay, so we are ready to start. We have here with us Antonetta Stefanova and Hou Yifan. The game finished in a draw. But long game, interesting end game. Can you tell us what happened?
Well, obviously, when I entered in that, I thought it's just a draw. But then we were just speaking about it. I'm quite lucky to escape because here I don't know. If black doesn't play g5, I play just h3, and on g5, g4, and on h5, h4. Because it's always king d5 for black, and I have to be very careful what I'm doing. And I was thinking, even during the game, after b5, take, h3, yes? If, I don't know, king d5, it's just g4, yes?
And if king d5 immediately?
If king d5 immediately, then h3, the same idea. If h5, h4, and if g5, g4, and because I want to put f3 and then to have king c3, king d3, right? Well, I don't know. I'm sure for computer it's very simple, this endgame, but for humans, all these pawns endgames always is very tricky because you can miss something very small and then it's just lost or something. But how we played, I think I have to play king c4 and go for I don't know if there is any difference if f takes g4. I don't know.
If just still a5.
Yeah. So here, and here I was thinking, if I just go king c3, king d5, king d3, right?
d6.
d6, king e3, king c4, king d4, king f4, king d4. I don't know. It's still.
You had feeling it's It can be dangerous, yes?
Yes.
You can check. This is actually the critical, I think, moment. Yes.
Where is your Houdini?
Houdini doesn't understand anything but shows sequel. So don't
No,
worry.
I was thinking just if I... Because, okay, the other one was simpler to calculate. I mean, it's 4 moves. I don't know, maybe also here it's a draw, but I was more sure about the other position, so... okay, d6, here...
King c4.
King c4, king f4,
Take.
take,
d5.
d5, and and probably I don't know. And okay, king g4, king e4, and f4, and just d1 is with check, and white is losing. Yes, so probably d5 is correct. And I think okay, if black wants to fight for something, of course, king e5 is only move. King c5, king e4, king d6. I was thinking maybe here some f4, but then maybe I was thinking
King
just king
b6.
b6 and okay, probably take first, take here, but then okay, white is on time to self-made
Still.
on king a8, a7, and okay, I don't have anymore this pawn on f2, so this variation worked before this. It was not working, so okay, I guess here, I don't know, I think it's just draw because I didn't see anything better for both sides after that. But I don't know, I mean, in the opening I had good position, and why I had to go into this is another question. But okay, I guess it is.
Yifan, would you like to add something about this game? Maybe show us some moments. And why didn't you play this king d5? Did you see the same variation what Antonetta said? F3,
Yeah,
h3?
just I'm afraid some h3, g4, so I want to just catch the, tempo to play g4 first, but somehow with this king c4, I didn't see any winning chances, but also not sure.
And at the opening, any comments or just normal?
Well, yeah, I was slightly worse, and with this isolated pawn, and needs to, managed for a draw, but I think not that bad.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments. Мы опять в пресс-центре, и у нас в гостях Анна Ушенина и Анна Muzychuk. Партия завершилась в ничью. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Anna Muzychuk and Anna Ushenina. The game finished in a draw, but the end was very long. And so, can you give us first some comments about middle game or the opening?
Ну, было интересно ход b5, черным сделан. Ну, возможно, тут можно было что-то лучше найти у белых. Ну, можно было d1, наверное, пойти.
In this variation, maybe white could have improved their play by playing book c1.
И тут какой-нибудь ход сделать.
And here some move.
Не знаю, тут много ходов, я даже не знаю. Ну, слон d4 можно было.
Maybe bishop d4.
Ферзь b4.
А?
Ферзь b4.
Да, ферзь b4. Ой. Ну, не знаю, может просто пешку съесть.
Ладья 8.
То есть ты начала с хода b5, это критический момент, да, вот здесь?
Ну, непонятно, это надо все проверять.
А по ощущениям, как оценивала позицию?
Ну, у белых немножко поприятнее, если ничего сразу не находится, слон выходит и черный уравнивает.
White has a bit better position, but still if
Тут тоже можно было,
if
да, какой-то
white don't do anything, then just bishop will come.
Ну, в же ведь особо без угроз.
Ладья 7 красиво. Ладья b7, мне кажется, единственное.
Да, ладья b7, и что
И
дальше?
теперь как-то, не знаю, конь e5 или...
почему-то казалось, это не так страшно.
I thought it's not really dangerous, this line for black.
Если слон d7.
Bishop d7.
Непонятно. Ну да, где-то, наверное, у белых лучше, но...
Anna also said that white has a bit better position, but hard to say.
Еще может ферзь g3, ладья b7, слон d4, что-то такое.
Ну да, можно.
И потом слон c5. Не знаю.
Может,
А
как-то
если там
ладью
ферзь
подключить?
g3, ладья b7, слон d4. Ой. А если тут сесть?
Опять ладья 7.
М?
Ладья 7.
Ладья b7.
Ну, не знаю тоже. То есть там было много возможностей.
Да,
да.
тут,
Were many difficult
ну, после...
opportunities.
Тут, наверное, просто чуть поприятнее белых, но, конечно, ничего существенного нету.
Here it's a little bit still better for white, but really nothing special.
Да, ну мы тут играли еще.
We were playing many moves here.
Да, но все-таки не пробить тут.
Анна, какие-то еще комментарии по поводу вот этой партии, этой позиции? Где ты думаешь, ну, то есть сказано было, что вроде как вы согласны с тем, что у белых чуть-чуть поприятнее, где черные, может быть, допустили это поприятнее, или такого момента не было?
Нет, ну просто варианты, я не помню, что там играть, поэтому не знаю, b5 такой ход как-то, потому что если я обычно развиваюсь там b6, поэтому тогда ладья d1, и я не могу слон b7, из-за ладья c1. То есть непонятно вообще, куда все. Я думала, что может быть как-то, ну, хотя бы ладью ввести в игру. Но получается, что здесь лучше. И не знаю, я уверена, что у черных позиция неприятная. Но...
Here actually I played this move b5. In fact, just I understood that after b6 and bishop b7 there is this variation with rook d1, rook c1. So I cannot play like this. So the idea of b5 was just to develop my rook. But I have feeling that position is really unpleasant for black. But okay, we didn't find really the way. Ну где-то, ну конкретно вот как бы нет такого момента, да, вот где что,
ну,
где
надо
белые,
будет
да?
посмотреть.
Нет, нужно много чего, да,
Просто
сейчас
какие-то были
предложить.
другие варианты.
Конечно,
да,
да,
еще.
почему?
Okay, so do we have questions?
Just a quick question for you, Anna Muzychuk. You're currently second at the moment in terms of the standings. Are you satisfied with your play so far, or do you think you could do a little bit better?
Анна, вы сейчас находитесь на втором месте в таблице, в турнирной таблице. Как бы довольны ли вы этим местом и своей игрой, или можно было где-то улучшить?
Okay, it can always be better. So, I mean, there were some chances that I didn't use. For example, I was better with in my game with Nana. Also, my white games aren't so impressive. Okay, we still have like half of the tournament, so I hope to improve.
Всегда можно улучшить свою игру, и если вспоминать об упущенных возможностях, то есть можно вспомнить мою партию с Наной, и пока что мои партии белым цветом меня не сильно скажем, радуют, но на самом деле еще впереди 5 туров, так что все еще возможно. Okay, thank you very much.
So welcome back to the 6th round of Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. It's a lot of press conferences today, and well, we are back to see that only one game is still being in progress, and actually just at the, well, I'd say at the end of the score sheet we're going to catch them. It's move 60 for black. The Bachimek Tuvshintuks against as black against Katerina Lahno. And at some point it looked, well, absolutely equal. Then Katerina managed to find chances to win the pawn, and Well, I'm stepping a little bit back since black still has some time to think. So I'm stepping a little bit back to show what exactly has happened there. So that was the moment where white has an extra pawn, but seemingly no way to improve the position. So rook c3, and Katerina went for king f4, sacrificing the pawn, but making the c pawn run. So king d3 has been well, we jumped a bit, sorry. So here king d3 was the move when I thought maybe rook d4 would have offered more chances here. So with well, no, not really. So in this case, not just understood. I mean, this one is connected with a nice idea. If black is running to promote the pawn, then in this line, white is winning with queen g8, and black is forced to go to an edge file, because king f5. Well, in case of king f5, it's mate in 1, so black would have to go to an h file and lose the queen. But after rook d4, it seems king f7 is just good enough. So, well, now black's gonna stop the pawn, and in case of king d5, king e7, yes, once again stops the pawn. King c6 is h4, and it's actually black who's going to promote first. So king d3, rook h1, getting the pawn from the back rank. King c2, otherwise, well, black will not have any trouble. King c2, rook e1, c6. Well, and here, I'm not quite sure, because black decided to play rook e6, but seemingly it's just enough to make a draw. Here, rook c5, rook e8, king d3, then h4 has been the move of Potrimek to Frintuk's. c7, king e4, king f7, king f4, and I don't see how white is planning to win after king e6. Oh well, yeah, maybe the game is gonna be still on. Just can't imagine. I mean, king e7, maybe it's a little bit more precise, but still. So now the king e7 has been played, so king d6 is the threat. What white's gonna try to do is to play rook c6, and then in case of king d7, in case of king d7, otherwise there is no way to stop to win this pawn on c7. So in case of king d7, white's gonna take f6 and going to try to use the fact that king is a little bit too far. So maybe still going to play on, so it won't be an immediate draw. Well, it must be drawish, of course, but just a couple of chances, and especially remembering the end game Frintuk's lost yesterday against Zagnidze. So still, Lahno's gonna take her chance and try for a little bit. So meanwhile, white is to move in this position. Well, I wonder if there is any other chance. Well, it's not likely. So what else? Black can play after rook c6. Seems like nothing really. c6, king d7, rook f6. Well, rook c7 is probably losing. Take, king here. I know it's still fine. Yes, it's still fine, and or not. No. King is coming to g5. Yeah, so this one loses. So that means black still has to be careful. King d7, rook takes f6. Then rook c7 is not possible. That means black has to play king c7. Something like king g4. Well, of course it must be a draw, but still just a little bit of a chance for Lahno. The rook h8, I'd say king h3. No. Well, come on, it's just an equal position. So I'd say maybe white has to, well, come on. Maybe white has to, well, it's here after king d7, rook f6, king c7. Maybe white has to go for rook h6, but so then this check and, well, coming back with the king. No, I don't see much of a chance. King d7 was just played. So, well, objectively, perhaps the only moment black may went wrong here is to capture on c7 with rook. So rook f6 and, well, still, ow, that's something original, I would say. Rook h8. So stepping back, and then, yeah, maybe it's just a great move. Oh, well, I'm not quite sure, but yes, how to stop this pawn then? It's actually, well, it's actually white who has to run to stop this pawn run with the rook somehow. Yeah, maybe just a good move. So still not much black can do. Of course, I mean, I don't believe black can have any winning chances. It's always possible just to play c8 and, well, okay, let's say rook f7 first. Katerina Lahno played. King c8, that's obvious. Then still black will have to, yeah, king c8. White will have to stop this pawn, so rook g7 for instance. h3, rook g1, king c7. Now this one looks like complete draw. Don't see a chance. So that's gonna make it 3-3 for today. 3 decided and 3 drawn games. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, so that was Kosteniuk to win against Zagnidze, Muminova against Kosintseva, and Xiaoxu lost with white against Olga Girya. So rook g7, h3 I believe is going to be played. Yeah, and, well, Katerina Lahno of course going to regret this result a bit. Of course he normally would like to win this game with white, but as I said, despite the fact he's an outsider, Ushenina doesn't seem to be an easy nut to crack. The rook h3, rook g1, don't see much of a problem with just taking c7. As you can see, well, just king c7, what's the problem with that one? I'm really not sure. So, yeah, really, it seems to be a little bit strange. Well put, okay. To postpone a capture of this pawn would be, well, I'd say would be too original. Then simply don't see the way for white. Just don't see the way for white to continue. So this definitely is going to be a draw. Rook h1. Okay, so black has to bring the king closer. King d6. King g3, king e5, exchange on h3, and king f4. So not a lot of chances here. Well, h2 for some reason has been played. Okay, nothing wrong with this one. But if you continue to play like this, well, yeah, still nothing can happen anyway. King g3, king d6, rook h2. Yeah, maybe just to not to give any chance for the rook to be activating. Then, okay, king e5, king f5. Nothing to speak about. Yeah, so we don't need a board anymore, I believe. That this game's going to be finished rather quickly. It's going to be the last game for today, and as well, yeah. Well, I don't know if they need to finish this one, or they may agree on a draw, or they will. I mean, they will play till the stalemate or something. Nothing really to look at. King g3. Will they? Well, perhaps they will continue, just not because. Well, maybe they are not allowed to offer a draw at all. So maybe it's going to be continued till black's gonna get stalemated. So you can see already a second score sheet in this game. So king f6. Well, but please, Katerina, don't think for too long. I mean, it's well known. So this one is draw, so I'd say it's just a formality. Yes, pawn is moved. Well, might be. Yeah, king f4. Still nothing wrong with not playing the precise move, actually. So till that point, every move with black has been a draw. Now it's king e7, of course. Yes, f6. King f8. Or king f7. Actually, king f8 would have just shortened the game by one move. But that's okay. And I believe Katerina will not try to make a triangle, but instead just going to play f7 to finish the game without offering a draw. And a bit of a yes, and king f6, so you don't have to offer a draw, don't have to ask the arbiter. It's a stalemate. So the last game of a sixth round between Katerina Lahno and Muzychuk Kosintseva finished into a draw. Well, tracking back in this game, I'd say that Katerina missed a couple of chances right after the opening. I think she played it not at the best fashion, and well, after that, we have to give credit to Muzychuk Kosintseva for her maybe not always precise, but really stubborn defense. Well, I believe we're gonna see the last press conference shortly, and meanwhile, have to say we are done with commenting today, but going to be back tomorrow. So for a seventh round, it's once again 3 o'clock local time. Going to back for you. Well, summarizing the day, Hou Yifan didn't win, so she probably had a chance in a pawn endgame, but still it wasn't clear. Not for us, let's say for computers. So Hou Yifan didn't win, but so happened as well that Muzychuk couldn't win her game, so it still remains one clear point ahead. So bye for today then, and gonna see you tomorrow, and we have a last press conference of today.
It was not hard to predict the readiness of the chess world to roll out the red carpet for the new rising star, the Ukrainian prodigy Katerina Lahno. With her whirlwind progress through her childhood years, she convincingly made her first steps noticed when she claimed the Women Grandmaster title at the age of only 12. By far more attracted to play with her opponent's nerves than with some boring dolls, Katya reached the top of the ladder during her teenage years. In 2005, when she won the gold medal at the Women's European Championship, and 2008, when she decided it was about time to repeat the story. Katerina continued to enrich her trophies with countless outstanding results. Noteworthy are too many, but if we have to mention a few. In 2006, she took the North Urals Cup to her native country, as well as the gold medal from the Women's World Blitz Championship in 2010. Since 2008, she has been the Ukrainian team leader, helping her squad to gold in the Olympia 2006, World Championship 2013, and European Championship 2013. If you think that chess is the only dimension in her life in order to reach all of that, you are wrong. Katerina is the happy mother of a 3-year-old son Sasha, perhaps a GM in the future. In spite of her early successes, Katya has her feet firmly planted on the ground, working on her best results, which are still yet to come. The Tuvshintuk's family has a unique engagement with the royal game. Chess is like the history of our family. Everyone plays it. Uncles, sisters, nieces, my aunt, nephew, brother, and they hold FIDE titles too. Shares the strongest player from the clan, Women Grandmaster Batchimek. Like father, like daughter, Batchimek's talent gradually brought her to the second place in the national woman list, making her an irreplaceable presence in the national team. She proved her skills on several occasions by winning the gold medal in all 3 national women championships, classical, rapid and blitz. And yet her other honorable results shouldn't be placed under lock and key either. Batchimek took the first place in the Susan Polga World Open Championship in 2006, the 5th place in the 16th Asian Games from Guangzhou 2010, and the gold medal with her team in the 11th World University Championship in Zurich 2010. But it was recently, in 2013, when Batchimek made a name for herself in the widened chess spheres, by becoming the surprise of the FIDE Women Grand Prix from Dijon. Batchimek occupied the very honorable 7th place, surpassing experienced players like Harika Dronovali, Olga Girya, Victoria Chmilite, Elina Danielian and Bella Khatinashvili. On top of that, she defeated the current women world champion Hou Yifan at the 2013 Geneva Women Grand Prix. Batchimek's full name might be quite difficult to pronounce for the European speakers, but her easygoing personality will not fail to be noticed too. The 27-year-old is an affable lady who loves to dance and sing, proving her talent not only on the 64 squares board, but also in many other sports. Skydiving will be one of them soon. So don't get fooled by the apparent gentle look. Batchimek's talent and courage are able to produce masterpieces.
The last game just finished in a draw. So, long game, interesting opening. Katerina, can you start? Tell us what happened.
Well, I think I was better all the game, but...
Мне кажется, у меня было лучше всю партию.
Well, in the critical position, so here I should choose the plan.
Здесь критическая позиция, нужно выбирать план.
Well, I chose this one with knight e3, knight c4, but there was still also knight c3, but you know, maybe
конь c3 был тоже возможен.
I wanted to play b5, but well, here is already maybe knight g4.
Здесь черные могут пойти конь g4.
Maybe. So if e3 takes on e3. So well, that's why I played knight e3 just.
Queen a5. If black takes here,
Если черные берут на e5,
oh, I think I will take with the knight.
я бы побила конем. И
And it's not easy to hold this because
довольно сложно это держать.
well, I will just play maybe one rook d2, then I will double the rooks on d line and maybe e4, e5. Well, maybe you can hold, but still.
Я сдвою ладьи по линии d, пойду 4.
I would not like to play it with black.
Я бы не хотела играть такую позицию черными. И есть, I think there are also problems with the development of bishop on c8.
Yes, that's why the position is worse for black. So takes e4, h6, h3, rook e8. Well, I see. Well, I'm better, but not easy to.
Я все равно думаю, здесь у меня получше, но не просто.
To find something because.
Найти что-то.
Well, I played queen b6 because I don't know. I just wanted to avoid some queen c4 moves, but.
Could you keep this knight and just take on a7 with queen? That's just 2 moves before. Not to take on c8, but just queen a7 here.
Yes, it was possible, but well, then just bishop g4. Well, maybe, but I was afraid. Just my knight is somehow out of the play, and maybe computer does see something, but well, I didn't.
Just alternative.
Yes, before pawn is handing, so I don't know. E2 is handing.
В этой ситуации тоже можно было так пойти, но черная ходит слон g4, висит на e2, висит на b4, и как бы фигуры вне игры, конь на слон b6 вне игры. По ощущениям
it looked strange to me.
Выглядело странно.
So that's why I just took here e4. Well, maybe I don't know where I could play better. So
я не знаю, где я могла сыграть лучше на самом деле.
Because I wanted to play a5, but there is queen b5.
Я хотела пойти a5, но есть ферзь b5.
Oh, I should analyze it at home. So
я должна проанализировать это все.
Find the critical position. So knight.
Посмотрим критические моменты.
I decided to take here because I saw the positions that arise after all these exchanges is better for me. So
мне казалось, что после вот всех этих разменов эта позиция должна быть лучше у меня.
So this looks like needed.
Все это выглядит довольно форсированно.
First line, and here, okay, the rook a8 is the only move because rook a8 is.
Ладья а8 единственный ход.
Rook e7, king g8 is also.
Тоже единственный.
Well, rook f8, but.
Есть еще ладья e8.
But still I can play rook c7.
Могу по-прежнему пойти ладья c7.
So king g8. I played rook c7. Rook e8 is fine because it's trap if I want to play b5.
Если я пойду b5 здесь. Здесь ловушка ферзь d5.
And I cannot take anything. So just mate with the rook.
Неприятный такой мат получается.
So that's why I played.
Нельзя бить.
King h2. Somehow it was very
close. Я ушла поэтому король h2.
Rook f8. Queen d6 also fine. And here I don't know. I wanted to play queen c5, but then at the last moment I saw this rook b8 idea.
Хотела пойти ферзь c5, но здесь увидела идею ладья b8.
And if I take with the rook, so I wanted to keep the queens on the board because.
Не хотелось оставить ферзей на доске.
But here is rook b4 and.
Но здесь такой есть ход ладья b4.
Okay, if I take it's a perpetual check. So, and I didn't see anything here, so I can give a check, but king h7 and it looks like maybe I missed something, but well,
может быть, я что-то пропустила.
Okay, it looks like enough for black to make a draw.
выглядит, как будто бы у черных хватает ресурсов сделать ничью.
So that's why I played queen before just to prevent this. If no, you cannot make the same idea because there is mate. So
здесь невозможно провести ту же идею, потому что здесь есть мат как раз.
But unfortunately, this in game. Maybe I could take her.
Может быть, стоило взять здесь.
Oh no, I'm not on time. I'm not on time. Just rook b5.
Здесь послать b5.
So queen c5 needed. Here I also wanted again to keep the queens. To play
Здесь мне тоже хотелось оставить ферзи, пойти ферзь c3.
Because black cannot take the pawn because of rook c8.
Здесь черные не могут брать на b4 из-за ладья c8 с матом.
But I couldn't find anything after queen f5.
Но я ничего не видела после хода ферзь f5. Jimmy, are you agree with what Katerina said? Would you like to mention something or show some moments in this game? And how did you estimate position after the opening?
Yes, I didn't expect actually the d4 right away. So I got an unpleasant position from the beginning.
Я получила неприятную позицию с самого начала, не ожидала этого варианта.
I was trying not to make the same mistake that I did in the previous games, you know, to think long, and also, so I just decided to move faster and then try to defend and bring my pieces, and then later on.
Я пыталась сделать немножко играть
I
по-другому.
think Katrina played very well. I mean, she did what she had to do. And I defended also, and I was lucky enough to save the game later on.
То есть как бы получила неприятную позицию, но пыталась играть не так, как в предыдущих партиях, пыталась играть быстрее и делать то, что как бы должна делать, защищаться. И мне кажется, что Катя играла эту партию очень хорошо, но мне нужно было везде защищаться все время, и мне кажется, что это удалось в этот раз.
So I think the end game is a drawish one. So
мне кажется, что этот
well, I know the closer pawn is. I mean, the more black can have a chance to make a draw. So if it would be b5, it's already much more difficult.
Чем ближе
e5 or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I mixed everything. So well, I will not tell you. Yes, don't translate anything. So it's very difficult this game. So I played g4. I don't know. Just to avoid h5 because h5, g6, f7 looks like it's a good. Okay, it's all.
That's what black was.
Yes, well-known good structure. So.
Известно, что f7, g6, h5 это вот та структура хорошая для черных, поэтому я пошла g4, чтобы против h5.
But maybe h4 is a mistake.
Ну, наверное, h4 это ошибка.
So, I don't know. Maybe I could play here.
Может быть, ладья d6 было
Give me
возможно.
more chances to.
Может быть, было бы больше шансов поставить ладью сбоку.
Actually, what I missed that here.
Что я пропустила, это вот здесь.
Well, g5 I cannot play because of before.
Я не могу пойти ладья g5 из-за ладья b4.
Так.
И ладья f4.
Ну и там и okay, it's true.
Yes.
So takes rook d6, and here again this idea with.
И здесь опять эта же идея. Ладья g4, ладья f4.
And well, it looks like all necessary.
Все это выглядит необходимым.
Yes, and black just wait.
И черные просто ждут.
So here was a funny. I wanted to play terribly.
Я хотела пойти ладья d4.
Because it's
king f7.
Yes, because here is just funny variation.
There's a mate, yeah.
Yes.
Смешной вариант.
Just I want to try the last one.
Вот такой вариант посчитала Катя с матом на g4.
Well, and the king f5 is also a mistake because of king d5.
И король f5 это ошибка за король d5, но
but king f7 and after f4
и после f4
I think I can even lose the game.
Я могу даже проиграть эту партию.
Yes, I saw in some variations that I'm losing. Because already pawn and game, you never know what's going on.
Потому что в пешей системе уже никто не знает, что происходит.
You just need to calculate.
И нужно просто досчитать на самом деле.
What happened then?
I don't know. Maybe I made a mistake somewhere here.
Yeah, maybe instead of h4, yeah?
Yes, maybe f5, yes.
And then, yeah.
Yes, and king is 3.
King, and then king.
Точный ход.
So, the rest is just a draw.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers.